Good afternoon. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Mary Ann Casson, and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Ms. Klein to my left and Mr. Nipfeld, and to my right, Mr. Fazeli and Mr. Swartz. Our Deputy Secretary Treasurer today is Simon Lamb. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. For those participating virtually, when your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the committee. Today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is contested, the agent or applicant will proceed with their presentation. When an application is uncontested, the committee may not require a presentation. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept new materials at the hearing. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute mark. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. All right, first of all, do we have any declarations of interest by staff or panel for this afternoon? No? All right. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have any deferral requests?
Madam Chair, through you, we have no deferral requests as of now for the afternoon 2 p.m. session.
All right, thank you. And we have no files to close or minutes to approve. We are good to go. All right. We'll start with item 14. 385 Whitmore Avenue. This is to construct a new detached dwelling with an integral garage, and this was deferred from February 5th, 2026. The variances are for height of a dwelling, building length, floor space index, east side yard, height of pedestrian entrance above established grade, percentage of front yard landscaping, number of stories, height of side exterior main walls. On file, we have the minutes of the previous meeting, revised requested variances, a red line notice, a survey, plans, presentation, and a community planning report and urban forestry memo. We have our applicant handy.
Yes. Madam Chair, Franco Romano, 321 Lakeshore. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Do you have any changes to make to the application today?
Yes, I do. And they are reflected in a marked up public hearing notice. And those are all the same as the planning staff report description. So I'm happy to walk through them.
Yes. Should we pull up the red-lined public meeting notice?
If you have it, that'd be great. If not, I can walk through them one by one.
It's here.
Okay, perfect.
I mean, it's in our package. It's called redlined notice in the package. There we go.
Perfect, there it is, yes. So there's no change to the purpose of the application, but variance number 1 for building height, that is being removed. The building height, the top floor is being removed, so the building is only 9.5 meters in height.
Okay.
Variance number 3, floor space index, that changes to 1.18 times the area of the lot, which is 309.7 square meters.
Okay.
And then variance number 7, the building is no longer 4 stories, so that is being removed. And variance number 8, the side main wall is 9.5 meters now. So those are the revisions that have been undertaken in discussions with staff. Staff report recommends those revisions and says that the application satisfies all 4 tests. So those are the revisions I'd like to make.
All right, thank you. I forgot to ask if anyone in the audience is here on this item. No? All right, thank you. Does anyone want a further presentation of the applicant, or, okay, we can take it into committee? All right, let's take it into committee.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This application was deferred to provide consultation with planning and with forestry. And it appears that that consultation has taken place and has resulted in changes. The changes are substantial. And I frankly think that with those changes that this is a very supportable application and clearly meets the 4 tests. So I will be supporting the application.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? No? Ms. Klein?
I agree with Mr. Nipfeld about the changes made to the application, and I would make a motion to
All
approve
right,
with the elimination of 1 and 7 and the modifications on 3 and 8.
I think you might need to speak a little closer to the microphone, sir.
Okay. With the, I'd move a motion to approve the application with the elimination of 1 and 7, the modifications of 3 and 8 as outlined in the amended application package.
All right, thank you. Forestry.
Oh, and in compliance with urban forestry condition number 1.
Okay, thank you. Seconder, Mr. Fazeli, all in favor? That is carried. The application has been approved as amended.
Perfect, thank you kindly, appreciate it.
All right. Item 15. 233 Churchill Avenue. This is an application to construct a new dwelling. This was deferred from January 8th, 2026. The variances are for east side yard setback, exterior stair width, building length, area of rear platform, height of first floor above established grade, height of side main walls, and number of stories. On file, we have minutes from the previous meeting, survey, plans, applicant's presentation, an arborist report, urban forestry memo, 2 letters of concern, and a revised plans and a community planning report. Do we have our applicant? And is anyone in the audience on this item? Nope. All right. We do have someone online, though.
Through you, Madam Chair, the applicant was unmuted, but her mic disappeared, so she might have to restart her device. So,
Okay. Do we tell her that? Or does she know? Okay. So she can hear us?
Madam Chair, why don't we move on to the next item? And if
Okay.
the agent for number 15 can hear us, can you please log out and log back in and authorize the microphone, and we'll circle back.
All right, we'll move on to 16, which is 209 Burbank Drive. This is an application to construct a new two-story dwelling, which was deferred from September 25th, 25. We have variances for height and area of rear deck, lot coverage, height of front exterior main walls, height of rear exterior main walls, height of side exterior main walls, building length, building depth, south side yard setback, north side yard setback, and side yard where building depth is greater than 17 meters. On file, we have a survey, minutes, plans, dated Feb. 4th, 26, supporting materials, ravine and natural feature memo, TRCA memo, and a letter from Councillor Carroll. All right. And we have our applicant in front of us. Thank you. Anyone here on this
3-0.
item? No? On 209 Burbank, item 16? Okay, just checking. Do we want a presentation?
No, I just have a question.
Okay, maybe you could just explain why it was deferred and how that's been addressed?
Yes, the deferral was the top of bank from TRCA. They wanted us to move essentially the dwelling forward a little bit. That didn't create any more or additional variances, so we simply moved it back, staked the property. TRCA is okay with it, as is RNFP. And planning, I'm surprised there's no memo from planning. They were supposed to submit a memo, just substantial accordance with the proposal, which we're happy with.
All right. Did I read that there was a planning report? Or no, that was the previous one.
Madam Chair, Wilshire told me they were going to submit one.
Okay,
Just
that's
didn't,
okay.
just didn't come. But the idea was for it to just be in substantial accordance.
So I have a question about the heights,
Yeah.
the wall heights and why they're so large.
Okay. Good question, Madam Chair. If we could bring up the support material. We've actually been going back and forth with the zoning examiner on this exact thing for some time. So what I've actually done, if you look at what's on the screen here, it's really about where that height has been appropriated within the dwelling. Now, you can see there is a drastic slope from the front to the rear that leads to the natural feature behind. That really doesn't affect the actual main wall heights. If we see here from the side, there's actually 3 different main wall heights that are there. It's our interpretation, and not even so much that the zoning examiner disagreed, that the front and rear main wall heights should not be requested where they are. Nonetheless, there was no movement on removing them. So what I've actually done here is, if you see, Madam Chair, on the right side of the screen is the front side of the house, which fronts Burbank. That actual main wall height is only 8.84, and I of course printed it in a very small font, Madam Chair. But at the front it is only 8.6 meters. That actual middle portion of the dwelling is now set back 6.45 meters from that front main wall. Similarly at the rear, okay, if we zoom, Sam, a little, or if we go up and just to see the top a little bit, yes. Similarly at the rear, that actual rear main wall is set back 3.01 meters from that. So where the house has really been appropriated in terms of the mass is at the front portion as well as at the rear. That middle portion is just a little extension that comes up. Now, if we go down, I think it might be the next, yes. So what's been prepared here is basically a sightline analysis of where that impact of those increases in the main wall heights would come. And as you can see, really only the individual sitting in their living room across the street would be able to see where that side main wall in the middle of the house is appropriated and where they would see that impact.
All right, and you wouldn't have any problem with tying it to the elevation?
That, again, Madam Chair, that was what I was under the impression was going to come from planning. It just
Okay.
never came, but that is no issue.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Nipfel?
Mr. Brankowski, given the discussion you had with TRCA, the site plan that we have before us is the one where you moved the building, right?
I'm hoping
It's dated February 4th.
that would be it.
Okay, so that's the new location.
Correct.
You wouldn't have any trouble with us tying your approval to that site plan because that's what TRCA wanted you to do.
Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Kniffel, TRCA has we've already actually submitted the development permit application, which is exactly as per this, which would also be reflective of their comments that
Okay.
spoke to that.
Thanks.
All right, any other questions? Mr. Swartz?
Maybe just so I understand the history here, maybe you could just give a further explanation. What happened? So you came, was there, well, help me out
Sure.
understand the history.
Sure, through you, Madam Chair. Mr. Swartz, so what essentially happened was there's a 10-meter buffer they wanted from the top of the bank. We had a portion of an excavated part of the basement that was within that. We've since removed that and altered as well as shifted the entire house forward to get out of any of the TRCA areas of concern. So, and not to get into the variances, but part of the reason we have the larger deck proposal, which is variance number 1, is because that backyard, the rear yard, doesn't have that much actual table land to be used because of the significant drop that happens. So the idea again then is to really occupy that deck as your amenity space, because the table land really drops off significantly. If you want to zoom in, we can kind of see where the dotted line is. It's right above that kind of 6605 or 5066 if it was facing the correct way. That's the table land. That 10-meter buffer right there is to any of the features of the property itself.
So and you had a previous, in 2018, there was a previous approval. Maybe you can, how does that tie into what
It doesn't.
Doesn't.
Through you, Madam Chair, it doesn't, Mr. Swartz. It doesn't tie into this at all. Sorry, maybe I'll backtrack for a sec. The only thing it tied into was it actually helped our conversation with the TRCA, because within that proposal, they had already staked everything. So that actually gave us the basis of where the table land ended back from that staking then. So they actually didn't restake and do everything, although there was a visit. They didn't come and restake because they just used the data they had from that previous approval. And they basically said, if you line up the rear main walls with that one, we're okay with it.
All right. Can we take this into committee? I'll send. There's. Yeah. So I'll just pull that up.
Yeah, it is RNFP1, Madam Chair.
Oops. Yeah, okay. All right. Would someone like to either comment or make a motion? Mr. Nipfel.
I can support this application. Sorry, I can support this application. I thought it was reasonable when it was before us previously, and TRCA had some concerns, and I'm glad that those have been resolved. I think that the moving of the building has helped, and with that and forestry condition number 1, I think I don't have any concerns with it, and I think it clearly meets the 4 tests. If you wish, I'd be happy to bring forward a motion.
I wish.
I'd like to move approval of the application, subject to forestry condition number 1, subject to the development being substantially in accordance with the site plan that we have before us and the side elevation drawing that we have before us. Do you need me to specify that the side elevation is for building height and the site plan is for the placement of the building on the property? The one that was before it.
1 minute.
What? The one that we had on the screen.
Oh, was that an elevation or was that a section? Yeah, it was an elevation.
It's an elevation.
The north? Is it the north and south?
You could use A10.
A10?
A10 would be a side elevation that would be appropriate.
A10. Yeah, elevation A10, the one that was on the screen before.
Do we need A11?
We could.
Might as well
both.
do both side
Okay, that's
elevations, A10 and A11.
That's good.
Okay. And the ravine condition.
And the ravine condition, yeah.
Condition 1. All right.
Forestry condition, yeah.
I just, maybe before we get into the motion, I just have a question.
We're already in the motion.
Or in the motion?
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Mr. Fazeli, thank you. All right, all in favor of the motion? That is four, Ms. Klein, yes, all 4 in favor, opposed? Mr. Swartz. All right, fine.
Thank you.
Okay, it's approved. Okay, should we go back to item 15? Have we got the person online? Okay. 233 Churchill Avenue.
Afternoon, Madam Chair.
Hello.
This is Nafisa Zangiabadi, 30 Apple Orchard Path, Thornhill. I'm representing the owners.
Okay. Okay. We do have a neighbor online, I believe. So we'll need first of all, any changes to the application today?
Yes.
Okay, what are those?
Okay. On the variance number 4 to be reduced to 20 square meter as per staff report. And variance number 5 to be
Variance
reduced
4, sorry.
Yes.
So to be revised to what number?
20.
20 meters, from 24 to 20, okay?
Yes. And variance number 5 to 1.3 meters.
Variance 5 to 1.3 meters, okay. All right, let's have a brief presentation.
Sure. This is the application to construct a new two-story dwelling that was deferred from January. And since then, we have been working actively with planning staff and talking to neighbors to address their concerns. We made some changes, as I mentioned, but I want to clarify one of the variances that was confusing to our neighbors and concerning to them was the third-story variance. The house is not a 3-story house. It's a 2-story. It's a typical North York 2-story above garage house. And the reason that it's been considered 3-story is the definition of the zoning bylaw for the basement, where the midpoint of the basement is above the established grade. So the existing situation of the grade actually causing that variance, which leads to the variance of the deck considered a 2nd-story platform. Whereas the deck is off of the main floor, it's not on the 2nd story. But even though there's no limitation for the for the deck on main floor, based on the talk with the staff, planning staff, and to address our neighbors' concern, we're going to reduce that, as I mentioned, to 20 square meter. There's also the variance of depth, 18 meter, and that includes the breakfast area at the back and the small projection at the front. The massing of the building overall length from main wall to the rear wall is even less than permitted, 17 meters, 15.9, exactly the same as immediate neighbor. There's no coverage variance. There's no front yard or rear yard variance. There's only one setback variance at one side, which is very common in the area, about 40 centimeter. So the overall massing of the building fits within the character of the neighborhood. There's also the variance of main wall height, and that only applies to the architectural feature at the front of the house. The overall height complies. The main wall height is again within the approved decisions of the neighborhood. And as you can see, the overall massing of the house is very similar to what has been built on the same street and 100 in the North York neighborhood. And there's a small variance for the front stairs, which doesn't cause any landscaping variance. So considering all these, that the entire massing is within the character of the neighborhood with the minor variances that caused by adding some features to the building, I believe this application is minor in nature and fits within the character of the neighborhood with no adverse effect on their neighbors. I'm happy to answer any questions, considering the fact that the 3rd-story variance is a technical variance causing from the grade change.
All right, thank you. Any questions of the applicant? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I just clarify, you have notes all over the drawings that indicate the privacy screen will be added. So can I assume
Yes.
that's a privacy screen on the west side of the rear deck and that it's 1.5 meters in height? And we could put that in as a condition?
Yes, we can, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions before we go to the resident? No? All right, let's have the resident.
Through you, Madam Chair, Ann Ward is just observing. She's not going to speak towards the
Oh, okay,
application.
she's just watching,
Yes.
fine, no problem. All right, are we ready to take it into committee? Yes? Okay, let's do. Any comments?
Okay, so,
Mr. Fazeli?
yes, unless did you want it? You're okay? All right, okay, well, thanks, Madam Chair. I think with the revision that I see the applicant have made, the application is supportable from my end. If there are no comments from the colleagues, I'm okay to forward a motion. So I'd like to forward a motion to approve the application as amended, and I'd like to add two conditions. One condition is about what is stated in the staff report. The proposal be developed substantially in accordance with drawing A8, proposed site elevation 1, and drawing A9, proposed site elevation 2, dated April 1st, 2025, submitted to the Committee of Adjustment and attached number 1 and 2 to the report. Also, the privacy screen, right? And on the west rear side, right? You have mentioned. So that is another condition, and also, let me check,
West rear side of the rear
rear
deck,
platform, yes, and 1.5 meters, yes.
the side of the rear.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, measured from the floor, 1.5 meters.
And
And forestry?
there's a forestry condition as well.
Okay,
It's- What's the number?
2,
Number 2.
thank you.
Thank you.
Seconder, Ms. Klein, all in favor? That's 4 in favor, opposed? Mr. Schwartz, you have to vote in favor, so let's just redo that. All in favor? That is unanimous, and the application as amended has been approved. All right, now we move on to 17. 212 Oakburn Crescent. This is an application to make changes to Building B, increase in number of units, gross floor area, reduced visitor parking spaces. This was deferred on February 5th to confer with neighbors. The variances are for gross floor area, maximum number of dwelling units, building height, changes to building envelopes, and number of visitor parking spaces. On file, we have minutes from the previous meeting, a planning justification letter, a shadow study, plans, presentation, revisions, transportation email, community planning report, a letter of concern, and the previous package. All right, and we have in front of us, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. David Cherzenko, 3 Church Street from
Thank you.
BOULEVARD.
All right, is anyone here on this application in the audience? No, all right, and, oh, you are, okay. So we do have someone in the audience, so perhaps you could give us a brief explanation of the application and explain what happened between the deferral and now. That'd be helpful.
There is a presentation to be brought up.
Yep, we can do
Great.
that. Up there, yeah. Don't know.
I'll try and flip through this as quickly as possible. So good afternoon. My name is Dave Cherzenko. I'm a principal at Bousfields. We're agents to K&G Group, who are the owners of 2 to 12 Oakburn Crescent. Next slide, please. The subject site is located on the north side of Oakburn Crescent, which extends south from Avondale, and is part of, next slide, please. It's part of a residential development called OAKBURN, and it includes already constructed 22 to 16-story buildings south of OAKBURN Crescent, and the approval of two 40-meter-tall, 13-story mid-rise buildings on the north side of OAKBURN Crescent. We are proceeding, next slide, please. The subject site is also located within the North York Center. It's designated mixed-use areas in the official plan. And finally, it's within the Shepherd Young Protected Major Transit Station area. Next slide, please. In July of 2023, the subject site was approved for two 40-meter-tall residential buildings. And you can see they mirror each other on the west and east sides of the site. The minor variances before you today are only for Building B, which is the building on the east side of the site, or the right side of your screen. And in the original approval, that approval identified certain setbacks to the north property line, and the areas immediately north of the subject site are designated neighborhoods, and all of those setbacks are being maintained. None of those are being adjusted through the variances. There are 5 variances in total being requested. One is to increase the building height from 40 meters to 46.8 meters. Variance 2 is to correct some omissions on diagram RM6-296, which is the site-specific zoning bylaw diagram for the subject site. Variance 3 is to increase the overall gross floor area from 38,500 square meters to 41,600 square meters, as well as increase the density from 4.85 to 5.25 floor space index, and increase the total number of residential units from 590 to 609. Next slide, please. The resulting increase in height is to allow for an additional 2 residential floors. So you can see the original approval on the left side of your screen and the proposed revision to increase the building on the right side of your screen. That additional 6.8 meters, again, will add 2 additional residential floors, a total of 19 additional residential units. But most importantly, we have reconfigured each of the floors to provide a significant increase in family-sized units, 2 and 3 bedrooms, which represent over 63% of the units within the building. Next slide, please. With this additional height, we wanted to ensure that there weren't any additional unacceptable built form impacts, and we did conduct a detailed shadow study. Before you, you can see March, and the next slide is June. The additional or the incremental height that's being proposed through the variance, you can see, has a very minor increase in height in March on Avondale, particularly on the right-of-way and on the front yards, but very minor in its increase. And then in June, the next slide, you can see that that shadow impact is largely just on the subject site itself. Next slide, please. Here you can see the revisions to diagram RM6-296, where the revisions to the height are being incorporated, as well as I mentioned, an omission to some of the height labels that are on the front side of the building that were omitted in that original diagram. Next slide, please.
Time's pretty much up, so can you wrap it up?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So you can just flip to the next slide. Thank you. So in summary, it's my opinion that Each of the 5 variances and cumulatively satisfy the 4 tests that this proposal will provide for additional purpose-built rental housing in North York Centre, where it is appropriately supported by transit infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions for the applicant, Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This application was deferred for consultation with neighbors. Could you brief us on how that consultation went? Who did you talk to, and what kind of input did you get?
Yeah, absolutely. Through you, Madam Chair. On February 24th, Councillor Lily Chang coordinated a meeting with neighbors where we were able to give the presentation. As you can probably appreciate, the original approval in July of 2023 was approved by way of a settlement at the OLT, so the community wasn't really involved in that decision. So we spent a lot of time in that meeting with the councillor and community members explaining the original approval for the 40-meter height, and that the increase in height was just for the additional 6.8 meters. One outcome of that meeting was a concern about a previous variance for a reduction in the visitor parking rate, which we removed as a result of that meeting. So there was a concern in us reducing the amount of visitor parking that was being proposed. So that was actually variance number 6 originally, but you'll see that we, as a result of that meeting with the neighbors and with the councillor, have removed that variance from our request.
And this is a purpose, intended to be a purpose-built residential building, correct?
That's correct.
Purpose-built rental residential building. Is the other building also purpose-built rental? Because there's twin buildings except for height.
There are, yes. So we are just proceeding with building B, the east side of the site at the moment. But yes, the intention is that the entire site would be developed as a residential or a rental residential property.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions of the applicant? No? All right, let's hear from the resident. If you could come forward, please. Oh, you were just observing? Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, in that case, no further questions. Do we take this into committee? Are we good? Anyone? All right, let's take it into committee.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I think the applicant presentation was well informed in terms of like how it's satisfied for this. I tend to agree with this. I'd like to forward a motion for approval of this application. There are subject to the condition of staff report on March 19, 2026. I'm just taking a look at if there are any other conditions. Transportation, no. So I guess, yes, this is my motion.
A momentary lapse there. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and we have a seconder. All in favor of the motion? That is carried. The application's been approved. Thank you. All right, we are on item 18. Yeah. Hold on one sec. I guess it is. All right, so this is item 18, 2793, 2795 to 2799 Bathurst Street to alter the development standards previously approved for a 12-story mixed-use building. The variances are for total gross floor area, residential gross floor area, minimum building setbacks, front yard setback for 9th story. Oh, this is the one with all the changes, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just checking to see. Oh, we do have a neighbor. All right, I will keep reading. Ninth story, front yard setback for the 8th story, south side yard setback to 8th story. Right yard setback for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th and 6th story, and south side yard setback for 5th and 6th stories. South side yard setback to the 3rd and 4th stories. South side yard setback to parking level 1. Rear yard setback to parking level 1. Height of 1st story for non-residential uses, residential parking spaces, visitor parking spaces. Height and number of stories, various height and setbacks, width of a bicycle parking space. Whew. On file, we have a survey, site plan, transportation review memo, 1 letter of objection, previous agenda package, and a late memo from community planning. All right. First of all, we have our applicant in front of us. Welcome. And could we start with your name and address, please? We don't think the mic's on. Try that again.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Benjamin Larson, partner at Elevate Planning and Project Management, address 15 Gervais Drive, Suite 503.
Great. And before we begin, do you have any changes to make to the application today?
There are no changes, and you'll note in the file it was deferred from February. The reason for
Yes.
the deferral was we met with the adjacent neighbor, the synagogue, because they wanted more time to review the application,
Right.
and they have now indicated no objection.
Okay. And I don't think they're here, anybody here. Is there anyone else here on this application? Oh, okay, great. All right, so I guess what we need is a brief presentation,
Sure.
and then we'll hear from the resident.
Okay, and I've got figure references in the bottom left corner of my slide deck, so I can just call out certain slides in the
Okay.
presentation deck. But I can start by just saying, once we go to slide 3 in the slide deck, that we're happy to say the synagogue is no longer objecting to the application because they've reviewed it and understand the technical nature of a lot of the variances. City transportation are in support of the application, and then city planning are also in support. And given that this application requires an increase in density, there is an incremental increase in community benefit via a Section 45 contribution of about $225,000, which will be tied to a condition should it be approved. The goal of my presentation now is just to indicate that there's a previous approval on the site, and that what we're doing today is seeking refinement to that previous approval. Can we go ahead one, or back one slide, 2 slides? This will show a visual chronology. At the top left, you can see there was a 2019 approval in principle, then some time had passed, and then in orange, this represents our C of A process, where we now have been looking at refining the previous approval. It's been pretty comprehensive. We met with city planning, urban design, transportation, zoning, neighbors, as well as the local ward councillor, all to get to the hearing that we're at now. Slide 5, please, which will be the air photo, just to orient people. The site is outlined in blue once we get to it. It's quite large, considerable frontage on Bathurst, and that building to the right with the white roof, that is the synagogue, an expansive property with surface parking in the back. Slide 23, please. Before I jump into that, I'll just explain that the reason we're here today is because there's been an evolution in the planning framework. Considerable time has passed since the approval in principle, and the main change is that the city's major street avenues are being leveraged as growth tools. So that's why we're here, to take a revisit at the massing, and it's been well considered by city staff. So slide 23 will show a height comparison map. Once we get to it, it will show the approved height map on the left, the proposed height map on the right. Just to call it the main changes. In orange, that's the height increase by 3 stories, and then in yellow, that represents regularized building step backs to make it more viable from a construction standpoint. And you'll note in the gray on the right, no changes proposed there. Next slide, please. This will show a side view elevation. In green, it shows the approved massing, and that salmon color shows the revision. You can see the regularized steps. You can see the 3-story increase, and that salmon color is what's triggering those setback variances. It's quite technical. We have a very thorough zoning examiner on this file, which is good, and that's why there are so many variances related to that. Again, on the right side of the screen, no changes. In the neighborhood portion, at the top of the screen, you can see how the site is designated mixed-use area and neighborhood by the 2 colors, yellow and the red. Next slide, please. This will show the proposal in context. It's the blue arrow further down the street that shows how it fits within this immediate context. In my opinion, it fits well. If we can slide back to slide 7 with the air photo with all the neighboring developments, you'll see from a broad perspective, we think it fits well. It's a context of 10 to 16 stories along Bathurst and Major Street. There's transit going up and down this. There's a subway, about a 5-minute bus ride to the west. So it's a good context, in our opinion, with the revised. Can we just go ahead a couple slides, sorry? Right, this one here. This is the broader context. So in our opinion, it fits well from a massing perspective and built form. And the actual concept is shown at the top middle of the screen of what is being shown as revised. 34, please. This shows all the variances. We've grouped them into the various categories. The orange ones, once we get to it, are related to height. The yellow ones are related to the setbacks, right there. The yellow at the bottom left, setbacks. Top right, those relate to the GFA. On the right in blue, that's car parking, which is just a matter of aligning the car parking with the contemporary rates of citywide bylaw 569, 2013. And in the bottom right there, the gray ones, those are just technical tidy-ups that should have been rectified when the original bylaw was drafted. But I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant at this point? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That's a very helpful presentation. Thank you. Could you speak a bit to variance number 14 and 15, which are the really drastic reductions in parking spaces? And thirdly, I believe you had a community meeting or some form of community consultation, and I'm wondering if you could tell us what you heard at that.
Yeah, just to start with the car parking. So the variance 14 is the residential car parking. That is just a matter of aligning the requirement, which is based on the 2019 approval in principle, getting an exception to that to make it the requirement citywide as of right by bylaw 569, 2013. It's just a minimum. There may be more provided depending on market, but it's just to give the owner, my client, the flexibility to provide the same type of parking permission that you would enjoy as of right across the city. And
If the market suggests further parking, you'd have to come back and get yet another variance?
if more parking would be required, there would be no need for a variance. They could provide more. It's a minimum. It's lowering it down to the citywide, and then you can provide more should you see that more is warranted. And then the second one relates to visitor, same thing, aligning it with the as of right citywide. And I just want to make a point that 8 non-res spaces are required in the zoning bylaw, and we did not touch that from a variance perspective. We kept it, even though none are required citywide. And then regarding the open house, we did have an open house before the first hearing back a month ago. One person attended, and it was a member from the synagogue, and we offered a chance for them to give input. At the time, they chose to give no input, and that was it from that meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Swartz?
I've been reading this counselor letter. The counselor has some significant concerns about the approvals and the nature of this application. Can you address those?
So we met with the counselor's office, if you look at that chronology, well before filing the Committee of Adjustment application to propose the revisions to them. We kept them in the loop as we kind of went through this process. We invited them to the public consultation that we had before the previous hearing. We kept them in the loop as well when we got deferred and we're talking with the synagogue. We continue to keep them in the loop. But I think that communication from the counselor's office is more about sympathizing for the fact that the neighbor wanted more time to take a look at the magnitude of the variances, because it seems like a lot when you look at it. But after we got the chance to review the variances with them and describe what they actually are doing, the synagogue then withdrew their objections and are not objecting to any of the variances. So I think the counselor's letter was more listening to a concern that was raised by a neighbor, being the synagogue, and that's why they almost agree that it should be deferred, which we agreed to defer it.
So was that counselor letter before you deferred, or was that like, I mean, so it was before you deferred. I see somebody in the background. I could see that. Somebody nodding who's probably your client. So was the counselor letter before you deferred or after you deferred?
It
I'm
was
just trying to
before-
get the correct.
Yes, it was before we deferred, because the synagogue submitted a communication recommending a deferral,
Okay,
wanting more time. So then the counselor letter came on file agreeing with that.
Okay, but you didn't go back to the counselor to say, well, can you clear your letter saying no? Because we've got that counselor letter, staring us in the face, right?
That is
You're saying that it's been superseded, but you never got the counselor to write another letter.
I think the reasoning and the thrust of that counselor letter was the fact that the synagogue was objecting. The counselor was fully aware of this, that the synagogue is no longer objecting, so.
I got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I think you can have a seat and we'll hear from the resident.
Thank you.
We'll bring you back. Please come forward. Start with your name and address, please, and just make sure the microphone's on.
Hello?
Yep.
Works? Okay, good. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Abigail Romberg. I live at 481 Glencairn Avenue. I live there together with my husband and my children. We've lived there since 2009. And our home is located across the street from the proposed development, right across from the synagogue's private laneway. We believe we'll be materially affected by the proposed variances, and I have I'll speak about our greatest concerns. So the first one is variances 14 and 15, the parking spaces. The minimum required number of residential occupant parking spaces is 207, and the applicant proposes 8. The minimum required number of visitor parking spaces is 36, and the applicant is proposing 14. So in my mind, I'm just doing some simple math, and I'm looking at 8 plus 14, and I get 22 proposed residential and visitor parking spaces. Right now on that property, on the applicant's site, there are there's like a medical building and what used to be a bank, and it's a parking lot. There's about 50 parking spots or so. And the 22 proposed parking spaces is a reduction of more than 50% of the existing parking in the neighborhood. While I appreciate that we would like to encourage less cars in general and try to get everyone to use nearby transportation, this reduction, I believe, is too extreme and doesn't provide adequate parking spaces for residents and visitors. To take away 50 parking spaces that currently exist and replace them with more people and less parking does not make sense to me. The next issue I wanted to talk about was variance 16. That's the height and number of stories. The maximum permitted number of stories, as I understand it, is 9, and the applicant is proposing to increase the maximum permitted number of stories to 12 stories. In my opinion, the height of the proposed development is not consistent with the existing neighboring residential and commercial buildings. It's a mostly residential neighborhood along Glencairn with houses that are about 1.5 to 2 stories. My house is 2 stories, and my neighbor's houses to the left and right of me are 2 stories. The synagogue across the street from me is 3 stories. At the corner of Bathurst and Glencairn, there are mixed-use residential and commercial buildings that are taller than the houses, but at most they are 9 stories tall. There's a new building at the southwest corner, which is on a slope. So at the top of the slope, it's 8 stories and 1 mechanical, so 9 stories. At the other corner, the northwest corner, there's a TD building, a building with a TD bank, and that one is 5 stories. If you go beside the TD building along Bathurst, there's a condo, and it goes down the hill. The size of the building steps up as you go down. So it's 6 stories and then 7 stories and then 8 stories. And on the southeast, so on the east side, there's what's now an empty lot. And in November of 2017, there was a decision made by the Ontario Municipal Board in relation to the empty lot and the 3 houses behind it. And they said, amongst other things, that 12 stories was not appropriate for that lot, and that, to quote, a building of 8 stories plus mechanical facilities on the roof would be more appropriate, end quote. And I do acknowledge that there are buildings that are taller as you go up and down Bathurst Street, but where Bathurst meets Glencairn, it's kind of the top of a hill, and the taller buildings are further afield and at a lower grade. So in my opinion, the requested increase in height to 12 stories is not compatible with the neighborhood and fails to integrate with the character of the neighborhood. And approving it would set a precedent for 12-story buildings, fundamentally changing the area. I just have a few more points. So the next one is vehicular access. So the proposal, and I don't know if it helps a little bit, but if you look at the last page of the public hearing notice, it's got a nice little diagram and just shows Glencairn Avenue, and just to the right there is the vehicular access with the private laneway, the next slide, the next page, with the private laneway just beside it. And I'll just keep going, I don't want to waste my time here. The proposal includes a single driveway on Glencairn that is moved east from its original location where it currently is, and is moved right beside the synagogue's, yeah, there you go, the synagogue's existing private laneway. So you've got the private laneway, and then just to the left of that is the new access point, which is moved from where it currently is, because it currently is much closer to Bathurst. So I live right across from that private laneway. So even now, backing out of my driveway can be difficult at times, especially on weekends at 4 o'clock when traffic is heavy and the school and the synagogue lets out. I already have to watch multiple directions to back out. So relocating the driveway on the proposed site to right next to the synagogue's private laneway and directly across from other homes who also have laneways, I believe makes this more dangerous and will increase congestion and risk of accidents. Which brings me just to my last point, which is traffic. Oh, I'll skip it because I have no time. I just want to clarify one quick thing about the ongoing history of the property. I know the previous speaker mentioned that they did invite people to a public consultation. I received the notice on February 12th. The consultation, the open house is supposed to be on Thursday, February 12th. I received the notice on the Monday or Tuesday in the mail. Such short notice, I did not have time to attend. And given the history of this property, I mean, it's been going on for years. And in 2015, the city had a community consultation about a proposed 10-story plan. And here we are years later, and there's no city consultation. So I'm a little surprised. To me, it feels very, sudden and unexpected, and I would have expected for these types of variances to go now from what I think 9 in the neighborhood to 12. There should be a city community consultation. Anyways, thank you very much for your time, and I respectfully request that you refuse the application or require substantial revisions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for the resident? No? All right. Let's have Mr. Larson back up, please, to address the concerns.
Sure. Thank you for the input. Just to go through the issues raised regarding the parking-related variances, as I said before, they're, in my opinion, technical. It's more of a matter of aligning them with the new requirements as of right citywide. It would be the hope that residents in this project would rely upon transit, given that the car's supply has been reduced. City transportation is not objecting to these variances. We've been in contact with them before the hearing and have been in the loop with them throughout the process. And as I said before, the 8 non-residential parking spaces are being maintained as previously planned on the site. There was another issue about the height increase. I guess I just want to make the point that when seeking to increase the height, it was our job to ensure other planning objectives were met. I mean, this is a fairly big and deep site that, in our opinion, can accommodate the height increase. We've looked at shadow studies, which were included on the file. I also put them in my visual briefing package showing that shadowing is adequately limited, including on the south side of Glencairn. There is almost no impact during many of the test periods on the south side. Again, we showed the visual of the broader context. It is our opinion that it does fit in this major street context, which includes taller mid-rise buildings. We think it also fits within the immediate context. There are some mixed-use buildings that are under construction in the vicinity, and it is our opinion that it will fit well. And as I showed on that height map, the changes are being focused on the mixed-use area portion of the site along Bathurst. The east portion in the neighborhoods is being maintained at 4 stories. There has been no change proposed in that area. And we did have some air photo visuals showing how spatially separated the site is from low-rise homes, lots with low-rise homes. To the east, it was about 169 feet. And to the south, just the width of Glencairn is about 65 feet. So it's pretty well separated. And we focused the changes in height to the mixed-use portion of this property, closer to Bathurst. Regarding the vehicular access, there was a talk about it being changed. I just want to make the point that it has not been changed. It is still the exact same as it was in the approval from the 2019 in principle OLT approval. It's a driveway internal to the site, which provides a pickup drop-off on site, loading access on site, and underground access on site. There's a driveway to the east of the site, which the site does not, my client's site does not rely upon that for access. There's no change, it's completely consistent. Regarding traffic, BA Group provided a transportation memo in support of this file, and through their analysis, they did indicate the fact that with car parking decreasing, it is their expectation that the traffic flows will actually be the same or decrease below what was previously accepted through the previous rezoning process. On the screen here, this shows the on-site pickup drop-off loop with that circle, shows the two-way travel. Again, that has not been changed. Regarding the open house or outreach process, we did mail out an outreach to immediate neighbors. Again, the synagogue was the only representative that did attend that meeting. But I also want to make the point that this did go to a hearing a month ago. We were deferred. Public notice was sent out then. Signs were posted on the site then. It got deferred. We're at the hearing today. Public notice got sent out again, a second public notice. And public notice signs were again posted on the site. So this has been sent out to the public. It's had its fair shake of being sent around and people being notified of the process. And that concludes my responses.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? No? All right, thank you. We'll take it into committee.
Oh, sorry, could I have one? Should the panel approve this project, the height map that we included, could that be attached to decision? I don't know if this is an appropriate time.
Do we have that in our package? It's part of
Revised.
the plans?
It would have been an independent PDF, a revised height map.
Let's see if we have it. Was it in your presentation as well? Or-
There, I believe this is it here.
Oh,
Proposed zoning height map, correct. Thank you. That is the correct one, yes.
all right, thank you. Okay, let's take it into committee. Mr. Swartz?
I'm getting tired of saying the same thing, but I'll try to say it a little differently. So, I don't consider this to be minor. Forget about whether I like it or not. Maybe I do like it. But the question really is it minor? And I think you've got an increase in height, an increase in density, you've got reductions in parking, and I don't think that's minor. I think this is a large project. It's departing from site-specific zoning framework. I'm not satisfied the 4 tests are met for us. That doesn't mean I don't like the project. I don't know whether I like the project or not, but I'm just looking at this from whether this is a minor project. And then you got the councillor's letter. And I know the councillor did this before, but he never revoked that letter. So to me, we're looking at something that is structural. Like we got 3 stories, 20% increase in density, major parking reduction, an OLT site-specific zoning that's recent, carefully set height and massing. So I don't consider this minor. Despite the fact that I like development, it might be a good project, I don't consider it minor. I don't think I have the authority to approve something I don't consider minor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I disagree with my colleague. It's not minor in terms of the numbers, but I do think in terms of its implications for the community is relatively minor, and I think, as the applicant stated, there has been ample opportunity for people to comment on this application through the various circulations that have taken place relative to Committee of Adjustment and other approvals. So I'm satisfied that it's minor in the context of what is intended in the Planning Act. I also think that what is proposed is reasonable. I would have worded the two variances on parking slightly differently. Instead of just the proposed number, I would have said the proposed minimal number, just to mimic what's in the statement. But I don't really have any difficulties with it. I think the applicant has listened and responded to comments that he's heard from the community, which is a very good sign. And I think with those alterations that he's made, I think that this is a supportable application.
I would agree with you, Mr. Nipfeld. I do think the application can be considered minor in the context of the larger development, and I think that there have been, since this was originally approved, and we're seeing lots of these changes have happened in terms of planning policy at the provincial level and at the city level, and increases in density and reductions in parking are something that have been supported. So I don't have a problem with the application either. I am somewhat concerned about the lack of parking, but as the applicant indicated, if there's demand for more parking, they will provide more parking. So I think that is covered by that. You might want to clarify that in the minimum parking, so that so they can provide more parking if they wanted to. But yeah, I don't, otherwise I don't really have a concern with it. I think that it's appropriate on Bathurst Street, and we're going to see, we've seen other applications for higher density in similar neighborhoods along Bathurst Street, and I think we will continue to see those applications, so it doesn't concern me. Don't know about anyone else, or would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Nipfeld?
I'll give it a shot.
Thank you.
I'd like to move approval of the application, subject to the transportation conditions that are noted in our agenda, the planning conditions which have to do with the payments and agreements about payments, subject to the development being substantially in accordance with the revised height map, and I'm sorry, I don't have a number for that.
What was it called? Revised zoning something or other?
Can you give me the number of the map?
Does it have a number? I don't think it has. Staff, we had a, what was it called, the title?
It was called the zoning map.
Zoning height map?
Is that good enough?
Revised height.
Revised height.
The revised height map.
Submitted with the package, I guess.
And I believe that's everything.
I think so. All right. Seconder, Mr. Fazeli, thank you. All in favor? So that is 4 in favor and all opposed. Mr. Swartz is opposed. All right, the application has been approved. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, we move on to item 19. You need a 5-minute? All right, we'll take a 5-minute break. Can I get my cursor over there? There we go. We are back, and we are on item 19, 80 Collinson Boulevard. This is an application to construct a new dwelling. We have variances for lot coverage and front yard setback. On file, we have a survey, plans, photos, urban forestry memo, letter of concern, and letter of concern photos. Do we have our applicant?
Amy Schaefer with Jansen Consulting.
Can't hear you. Well, we can hear you, but barely. So could you speak up, or?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay.
So can we go ahead with your name and address again?
Yes, my name is Amy Schaefer with Jansen Consulting. Our office address is 70 Main Street North in Campbellville, Ontario.
All right, thank you. Any changes to make to the application today?
No changes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have someone here, or they're online, I guess? They're online? Oh, they're here? Where? Oh, sorry, sir, didn't see you. Just hold on one sec. All right, Ms. Schaefer, could you give us a brief presentation on the application, just explanation, because we do have a resident in the audience.
Sure. So we are asking for relief from two zoning bylaws. One is for maximum lot coverage. The allowed is 30%. We are asking for 32%, which is only a 12.67 meter square increase. We are also asking to reduce the front yard setback. 7.93 meters is required. We are asking for 7.64 meters, which is a 0.29 meter difference. These variances are in line with other homes in the neighborhood. It's a small deviation from the zoning bylaw, so we do believe that these variances are minor in nature, desirable for the neighborhood since they're pretty similar to other homes in the neighborhood. I will say for the front yard setback that the front wall of this house is in line with other homes in the area. So we do believe that, again, it's desirable and appropriate development for the area. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant at this point? No? All right. Let's hear from the neighbor. If you could come forward, sir. Just make sure the microphone's on, and if you can start with your name and address, please. Not on.
There we are, okay. My name is Robert Long, and I represent Ann Freeman. She's the owner of the property, unable to attend today, and she's the one who emailed in a submission.
Sorry, which address is she at?
And she's at 47 Corwin, and so it's the property over the back fence.
Right, okay. That's the
Okay.
letter we received.
And the problem we see is this, you say the proposal is desirable or appropriate development. And what we're saying is the picture we sent is that the backyard is the low spot in the neighborhood and tends to flood. It says on the drawings that the drainage will be maintained. Well, there in fact is no drainage. There's seepage into the underground or evaporation into the air. That's how the water gets away. And so in terms of development, do they want a pond in the backyard because they're going to move the back wall from the existing dwelling? It's going to come back in line with the other properties. There's two new homes, one on either side. And so what we're saying is we're not against this minor variance, but we're saying there's an elephant in the room that's not being addressed, is that this low spot, and I know there are rules to deal with this type of situation, is that I believe that has to do with elevation. And so we would like to be cooperative on this, and because it shows that there's a sump pump on the front wall of the house, but there is no sump pump shown on the rear of the house, so I don't think they're addressing this situation. On the drawing too, it shows that there's a swale on either side of the house, but if the street is higher than the backyard, a swale's not going to take that water away. So it may, in fact, increase the problem instead of decreasing it. That's the issue.
Okay, thank you. I saw those photos and went, wow. All right, we will ask the applicant to address that.
Okay.
Thank you. Unless
Okay,
anyone has
welcome.
any questions? No? All right, thank you.
Welcome.
All right, let's have Ms. Schaefer back on. There's nobody else here on this item, correct? No? All right.
All right, I thank the neighbor for coming forward. I do understand the concern here with the grading of the rear yard. I will say that grading is never final and usually not approved through a minor variance application for these variances. This site plan will go through permit approval, which lot grading will be looked at by city staff. Seeing those photos, as of right now, our lot grading, I won't touch too much on it because this isn't really the appropriate committee to address lot grading concerns, but I will say that as of right now, we do just have sheet drainage shown because that is the natural makeup of the lot. It does slope to the backyard. Seeing these photos, this is something we will bring to the homeowner's attention and look at addressing with them, with our grading consultant, and with city staff as it goes through the permit process.
All right, thank you. Any further questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate your comments, but I don't think at this stage it's good enough to leave this as a hanging problem. I think we need a proposal that's going to rectify this problem. This is a pretty unnerving set of photographs, and Ms. Freeman's letter was really troubling. And you said you're not able to address it, and you will address it. I think we need a solution now. It's not the sort of thing that I certainly want to be part of approving. I would like to see a solution to this, and I would be in favor of deferring the application until you've come up with a solution that looks feasible for addressing the problem.
Am I able to respond?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I do understand the concern. The photos are, I understand the concern seeing these photos. Typically approving these variances doesn't necessarily mean that approval for lot grading is given. The lot grading does typically get approved through a building permit process in which city staff is then able to use their grading professionals to comment on the lot grading and solutions and how to resolve this. Typically, we haven't seen Committee of Adjustment staff approve lot grading.
Yeah, and we would not be approving lot grading, so thank you. If you want to just stop there, and we will discuss it in committee unless anyone has any further concerns? No? Questions? Okay, let's take it into committee. I think the variances in this application are quite minor in nature, and although I understand the issue and it's significant, I think it's something that can be addressed through the building permit process. I don't think it's something that we need to defer until they have a plan for that. That will be something they will have to address. And now that the applicant has been advised of the issue and she's seen it and responded and said, obviously it's something they're going to have to discuss with the owner. But they will have to deal with the drainage issues on the property as part of the permit process. So I don't think it's something it's not affecting the minor variances other than, I guess, the increase in coverage to the lot, but I don't think we should not approve the application because of that, personally. Anyone else?
I don't agree. I think the variances allow the development to proceed, and I don't think the development should proceed until this issue can be corrected. This is not a standard lot. that gets a little bit of water. This is a major problem. The fact that the applicant didn't even know about the problem is scary. I think that what Ms. Freeman has basically alerted us to, a problem with the property. And as all good design flows from addressing constraints, this is a constraint. Maybe the dwelling unit needs to be redesigned in some fashion to address the constraint. So I'm very uncomfortable with it. I'm not proposing that we have a grading plan and we should approve the grading plan, but I'd like to feel comfortable that somebody whose expertise is drainage has looked at this and come up with a proposal that would overcome the problem.
But I don't think the variance is linked to the problem. The problem would exist if there was another dwelling constructed on the same footprint as the existing house. You'd still have the issue. And in my experience, engineering solutions exist to fix this problem. It's not insurmountable to have
You're right.
water in the backyard. Yeah, I mean, it could be, as the neighbor advised, you know, a sump pump or
yeah.
something to address it. It can be addressed. So I don't think it's related to the variances, but that's my opinion, and I'll let my colleagues speak on their behalf if they have opinions. Ms. Klein, I think you were going to speak.
Yes, I do agree that with both of you, that, you know, the variances are minor, but there are constraints to it. You're not hearing me?
It's just when you turn to the side,
Okay.
you can't hear me as well.
So
You can hear.
with this one, I don't want to say I'm on the fence, but I do see both sides of the argument.
Okay. Mr. Schwartz, did you have a comment?
Guess what I'm going to say? Guess what I'm going to say? You probably, you ought to know.
Not in support.
I support this application.
Okay.
This is a minor variance. This is what we are here to do. So, drainage can be addressed at the permit stage. It's minor. It meets the 4 tests. I want to stay in our lane. So I could support this application because it's minor and it meets the 4 tests.
In that case, would you like to move a motion?
I'm happy to bring the motion. Were there any conditions with the forestry? I think they're just asking for
Urban
Forestry.
Forestry 3.
Forestry 3, okay. No other
No.
concerns? All right, so I'd like to make a motion to approve this, subject to the condition of forestry in their report, because it meets the 4 tests, it is minor, so my motion is to approve.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? Mr. Fazeli, thank you. All in favor of the motion? That is 3 in favor and all opposed. Mr. Nipfeld and Ms. Klein are opposed to the application. All right, the application has been approved.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You're welcome. Don't say evening. All right, item 20, 258 Lytton Boulevard.
Why do I know this guy?
1 minute. This is an application to construct a new dwelling. We have variances for west side yard setback to the rear deck, building length, building depth, floor space index, east side yard setback, west side yard setback, driveway width, pool equipment setback to the west side lot line. On file, we have a survey, cover letter, plans, tree protection plan, tree photos, supporting material, community planning staff report, urban forestry memo, and a letter of concern from 55 Strathallan Boulevard. Do we have our applicant, I guess, online?
You do. I'm Jim Pfeffer from 95 St. Clair Avenue West.
Thank you. Do you have any changes to make to the application today, Mr. Pfeffer?
No, I don't.
All right. And is there anyone in the audience on this item, 258 Lytton Boulevard? No? Okay, thank you. And we have no one online. Do we need a presentation?
No.
No, all right. So we will take it into committee unless there was something you wanted to point out.
No, not at all. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Oops. Okay, through you, Madam Chair. I'd like to forward a motion if there are no comments from the colleagues.
All right.
Yeah.
Just,
Do you have a
yeah.
comment? All right, okay.
No, just
Yes.
remember the comment from planning.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'd like to forward a motion to approve this application. It meets the 4 test, and I'd like to add the conditions of the staff report and forestry number 2.
All right, thank you. Seconder? Ms. Klein? All in favor? That is carried. Your application has been approved.
Madam Chairman, could I just note that this was an excellent submission? It was a pleasure to review this one.
Because of the plans?
Yeah,
And
there
the-
was, all the information was there, it was clear, it was well presented, and
Let that be a lesson to others.
Thank you very much. We do our best.
I wrote in my notes, it's a master class in submitting an application.
Thank you. Not too hard on our eyes to read. Okay, so item 21.
Yeah,
This
Madam
is-
Chair, we'll put, we'll put it up because there's a little mix-up in your agenda
Yeah,
for
and
this
I
package.
have to pull it up, so
Yeah.
give me one sec here because
So-
it's separate.
We'll put it up on the screen as well.
Yep.
I know there's a little mix-up in their agenda, and it arrives separately.
Oh, came up right away. All right. Okay, 50 Wilson Heights Boulevard. Yep. To alter development standards for a multi-tower mixed-use development, the variances are for parking space obstructions, number of bicycle parking spaces, rooftop height above sea level, aisle width for stacked bicycle parking, penetration of angular planes, access to ground floor units, amount of retail GFA, height of first story, number of parking spaces and length on the P2 level, accessible parking space length, number of long-term bicycle parking spaces, and type number of oversized bicycle parking spaces. On file, we have plans, planning rationale, transportation study, arborist report, shadow study, presentation, community planning memo, transportation review memo, and TTC conditions. All right, our applicant is here. Welcome. And is anyone in the audience on this item? Don't think so. All right, let's start with your name and address, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of committee. My name is Shaliza Rajan. I'm a planner at Bousfields, and our office is 3 Church Street, Suite 200 in the city of Toronto.
Thank you. Do we want a presentation, or do people have questions for the applicant?
I have a couple of questions, but I don't need a
I
presentation.
don't think we need a presentation. Maybe we'll just ask some questions. All right. Go ahead. Mr. Nifeld, do you want to go first?
Sure, thank you. Could you explain to me or speak a bit about the changes in the bike standards and the fact that they're being reduced? That was one thing. Can I assume, or can you tell us that the obstructed parking spaces are going to be so signed so that you know ahead of time that they're going to be signed?
Yeah, I'll start with the variances relating to bicycle parking through you, Madam Chair. So we are applying the new cash in lieu or payment in lieu standards for this site. The payment in lieu provisions through the parent bylaw require some additional provisions like EV outlets to be provided, oversized bicycle parking spaces to be provided, changes to aisle width, and permissions for stacked bicycle parking spaces. So I have some photos, if staff are able to pull them up, of the site. It's actually under construction today. So when we came to ourselves and started making these changes, there were certain changes that we could do and certain ones that we couldn't do. So with respect to the new requirements for electrical vehicle parking spaces, we were able to provide that equipment. So all the bicycle parking spaces will have EV equipment. And then there were other ones like the oversized bicycle parking spaces and the aisle widths that we just weren't able to accommodate given how far along the plans are. And then with respect to the obstructed spaces and markings, I actually am unable to speak to that at the moment, but we do have our architect online. His name is Darius from Kirkcore, so I think I'm gonna pass that one to him. Do we have Darius?
Do we have Darius online? Okay. Did transportation ask that they be so signed?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker.
Hello. Name and address, please, first, for the record.
My name is Darius Kamushian. I'm an architect at Kirk Architects and Planners. We are located at 20 DeBoers Drive at Suite 400.
Thank you. Did you hear the question about the obstructive parking spaces? Will they be identified as such?
This is correct. This can be seen on sheet, I believe, sheet VA4 and VA5 of the minor variance submission. We are asking for a small accommodation for stormwater and sanitary plumbing that may come through in that zone, in that region, which will be then connected to the main line and thus drained via gravity and out the invert of the site on the north side.
So
As you can see in these plans, sorry, Madam Speaker, there are gray dots to where these potential plumbing intrusions will occur. They're approximately 6 to 8 inches maximum, which is about 150 to 200 millimeters. There are these gray dots along the drive aisle, as you can see, Madam Speaker.
So how do they obstruct the parking spaces?
There is a potential of certain plumbing
Equipment?
plumbing hardware to encroach within the 1 meter zone of the parking. However, it is minimal and based on the diameter of the piping, which should not increase more than 4 to 8, maybe even 6 inches, at least 6, most is 6 inches.
But you can still park in the spaces. There's just,
This is correct, Madam Speaker.
okay.
However, due to the bylaws, we would like to follow and make this clear for full transparency that there can be an incursion within the parking spot past 1 meter.
So if I was in the underground parking lot and I was going to, I can't read the, pick a number, 285, I was going to go into one of the parking spaces that's slightly obstructed. Is there a sign somewhere that tells me that that's an obstructed parking spot?
There is a potential for wayfinding and signage should it be required. However, there does not seem to be any instruction per the bylaw to do that. We are open to exploring wayfinding options should it be necessary.
Okay, I only raise it because parking spaces are getting smaller and smaller. Cars are getting wider and wider. It'd be very easy to end up putting your car in a space that it doesn't fit. And it's helpful if there's a sign that indicates to you ahead of time that this is a smaller parking space and maybe you don't use that one and you use another one.
So through you, Mr. Speaker, to address Mr. Kniffel's comment, the nominal dimensions of the parking spot are within the zoning dimensions. The parking spot's size does not shrink, and only a minimal obtrusion on the sides and the margins of the spot are being affected. I can also extend any comment to our planner, Shaliza,
Okay, thank you.
if necessary. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm happy to note as well for you, Madam Chair, that the variances also include a change to the overall aisle width for parking spaces, and the overall space provided for a parking space as well as the aisle width is actually greater than the city standard, so there's quite a bit of maneuvering space for vehicles. This has also been reviewed by transportation staff as well as our transportation consultant, and the transportation report says that they have no concerns and they have a condition.
All right. I mean, it could be a drain for all we know, which really isn't an obstruction, but whatever. Trying to imagine it in my mind, but I'm having trouble. All right, thank you. Any further questions? No? Anyone else? I didn't, yeah, the TTC, I assume the TTC conditions are already being addressed, like,
Yeah, actually, if you go to the last page of the TTC report, they'll actually notice that these are their standard conditions, but none of them have actually been checked off as something that we need to address because the site has already received notice of conditional approval and been reviewed. For clarification, Madam Chair, there's a revised TTC report on March 23rd, but that is the one that you have on the screen.
Right.
Could I clarify one other thing?
Yep, go ahead.
Did I understand that you said you're participating in the cash and lieu program for bicycle parking as well? So my understanding of that program is that you've contributed money to the bike share program in lieu of some of the parking that you're not going to be providing. Is that correct?
Yes, and that is through Madam Chair, set out in the transportation report, and the condition for the payment is part of that.
Thank you.
All right.
Through you,
Yep, go
Madam Chair.
ahead.
So the TTC one, the conditions, there are no X, there's no check mark, right? Because the one that is already, okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, are we done with questions? All right, let's take it into committee. Mr. Schwartz?
Believe it or not, I can support this.
Good.
I think it's minor. It's just fine tuning. And it meets the 4 tests. So I'm good with it.
All right.
Do you want a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. I bring a motion to approve this application. Now, are there conditions?
There's a few conditions.
Transportation, TTC.
Not,
not a
TTC was
condition.
advisory, right? Yeah. So it's transportation, subject to the transportation review memo.
Subject to transportation review memo.
I think that's, is that it?
I bring
Community
a motion
planning
to
is just
approve.
a summary. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Seconder? Ms. Klein? All in favor? That is carried. Your
Thank you, Madam
application's
Chair
been
and members
approved.
of committee. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right, back to the regularly scheduled agenda. Okay, where are we? We are on 22, correct? Oh. 60 Fleming Crescent. To alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by converting a portion of the garage into livable area. The variances are for reduction in parking and floor space index. On file, we have a survey, plans, applicant's photographs. Do we have our applicant with us? Is anyone in the audience on this item? No? You're the applicant? All right, great. Go ahead. Let's have your name and address. I don't think the mic's on.
My name is Joe Wolvet. I'm at 60 Fleming, and I'm the owner.
Okay, great. Just get to the application. Agent, so you have, okay. Just have an agent and owner. There's nobody here on this item? No? All right, just double checking. Does anyone want a presentation? No, I don't think we need a presentation. We'll just take it into committee.
Great.
Decision. All right. Who wants to? Mr. Nipfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a very minor application and very straightforward. It's clearly supportable and clearly meets the 4 tests. I'd like to move approval without condition.
Great. Thank you. And do we have a seconder? Ms. Klein? All in favor? That is carried. Your application's been approved.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. Item 23. 85 Alexis Boulevard. Is anyone in the audience on this one? I take it everybody's here for the 4 o'clock agenda, not for the 2. All right. 85 Alexis. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an integral garage and a covered rear deck. We have variances for porch height above established grade, exterior stair width, height of building, number of stories, exterior main wall height, height of main pedestrian entrance, building length, building depth, and area of rear deck. On file, we have a survey, plans, cover letter, photos. Community Planning Report, Urban Forestry Memo, Letter of Objection from 86 Alexis Boulevard, and a late letter of objection. All right, let's have our applicant. I take it they're online?
Through you, Madam Chair. I'm Amritpal Bansal is unmuted.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Amritpal Bansal. I'm of 106 Rootgrass Circle.
Can you speak up a little bit? It's hard to hear you.
Through you, Madam Chair, is that any better?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Amritpal Bansal. I am of 106 Rootgrass Circle, and I'm the agent for this application.
Okay. We do have a neighbor online, I believe. Yes, all right. So if you could give us a brief, first of all, any changes to make to the application today?
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have two changes we'd like to make in consulting with planning staff. It's variance number 3. The proposed height was initially 10.9. It's been reduced to 10.2.
Okay.
And variance number 5, the maximum permitted wall height was initially proposed at 8.79. It is now 8.67.
All right, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, our project is to propose a single-family dwelling. We have about 9 variances here. The first variance we're asking for is the porch height from average grade, where the bylaw requires 1.2 meters. We are asking for 1.28 meters. Variance number 2, the stair width, where the bylaw requires the maximum width to be 2 meters. We are proposing 2.44. The maximum building height, which we have reduced from the initially proposed 10.9 to 10.2 meters. The maximum permitted number of stories from 2 to 3, similar to a few new builds on the street, and a very popular concept that's been in and around the city of Toronto. Variance number 5, the main wall height. The initial proposal was 8.97. It's been changed to 8.67. The height is from established grade to the top of the wall. Variance number 6, the proposed pedestrian entrance, 1.2 meters is the bylaw, and we're proposing 1.4. The building depth variance we're asking for is 17.88, where the bylaw requires 17 meters. The maximum building depth, we're asking for 19.69, where the bylaw requires 19. And a deck off of the main floor at the back, bylaw requires 4 meters squared, whereas we're proposing 21.72. I would like to add that we did send letters out to a few of the neighbors, specifically to the left and right of us and to the rear. We did not hear back from the rear property, but the left and right, we did receive letters of support, which we did email off to planning staff and the Committee of Adjustments, but I didn't see it online. Most of our variances are similar to other projects that are being built in and around the area. We did read the planning staff report, in particular to variance number 5, where there were concerns, but we're a little bit confused on this because there are other projects in and around the area. I think a couple in this session here that were exceeding the height that we're proposing. So we're quite unsure. And we're also dimensionally unable to reduce it any further. Otherwise, it just doesn't work with the project. If there's any questions that the committee or a neighbor has, I'm happy to answer.
All right, thank you. Any questions of the applicant? Oh. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's hear from the neighbor first.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Karen Bookman, and we live at 86 Alexis across the street from this house. We've been here for 40 years. can you explain to me how we're going from bungalows to 3-story dwellings in a residential area? Like, I'm not, what I want you to explain to me, because I'm not sure about architecture, is a lot of the new builds in the area, the garage is on ground level. Is that considered level 1? And then floors 2 and 3 are like living room, dining room, and then bedrooms up above. Can you explain that to me? Because I'm not clear on, like, there are bungalows. We're all bungalows, and suddenly we're going to have a 3-story dwelling?
We'll let the applicant address that. Do you have any other concerns, or is that your biggest concern?
I do have some concerns.
Okay.
That house across the street from us has turned into somewhat of a rooming house. There have been illegal activities as far as car mechanics working on the driveway, which we've addressed with bylaw. And they said, as long as we don't see money changing hands, there's nothing they can do. Okay, fine. If they've been pulling this kind of stuff as a rental, what are they really going to comply with the bylaw going forward, whatever decision you guys make? Because that's my concern. I've seen they have not been good neighbors. Let's put it that way.
All right. We'll let the applicant address your concerns, okay?
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, the 2 to 3 stories, or the bungalows to the 3 stories, the 3rd story is a technical variance because the basement, or the basement ceiling, is above the established grade. I would like to note that this house is very much similar to 76 Alexis, where there is above garage living space. So the garage is technically the basement, and above that is your 1st floor and then 2nd floor, like a typical home is. Regarding illegal activity, I don't believe there is any illegal activity. This is a rental house at the moment. The owner did purchase this and did rent it off, and is now looking to build their custom homes after they've collected, funds from renting and over time. I hope that satisfies the question.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the applicant? No? All right, thank you very much. We'll take it into committee. Anyone? Oh, sorry, Mr. Nipfeld, before we...
A very quick question. Can you tell me whether 2-car garages is the norm on this particular street? Are there others on the street, and or is this unusual?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe it's normal. The house I'm specifically referencing, 76 Alexis Boulevard, is a two-car garage. And I believe there are several new builds in and around our subject site that are also 2-car garages.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Another question, Mr. Fazeli?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. In terms of the side main wall height, as you see, the staff report requested for refusal, and the rationale is about saying the majority of the homes in the neighborhood are older bungalows, right? There has been recent builds, but do not feature main wall heights to the scale of the proposed development. And I can see that you reduced that. So can you convince me of why do you think you don't want to follow what the staff report is asking, which is the refusal of that variance? And the rationale is explained well. So if you could convince me on that, thanks.
Through you, Madam Chair, the heights is taken from our established grade, and the established grade on this property is sort of working against us with this number. That's partly the reason. We are keeping every floor height at its minimum, and as you would see in a typical new build, the garage is literally like a 7.5 foot, barely enough for a car, but it's enough. We get to the main floor, we do have a 10-foot ceiling like you see in mostly new builds. The 2nd floor, we initially did propose a 10-foot ceiling height, which is what the homeowner did want to go for. However, in discussing with staff, we do understand the concerns, and we did try to work with staff there as well. So we did reduce it down to 9 feet, as you would see in a typical standard new built home. With those dimensions and the established grade, the number came out to be 8.67. There's really not much dimensionally we could do about it, just given the scenario. We did look up a few other variances that were approved on the street. We did note that they are closer to 8 meters. However, in new homes these days, we don't see roof slopes on the inside. We typically like to see, straight walls and a straight ceiling. So the only way to get this lower is to, bring down the roof and to see a slope on the inside, which would mean on the inside of the interior spaces on the second floor, you would see a roof slope. So that slope height would probably be you get a ceiling height of like 7 or 6.5 feet along the edges, which is not really desirable. So that was a rationale we tried to explain to the planning staff, but they weren't able to, I guess, agree with us there. But based on the other variances that we've seen in and around the area, in particular, 2 other variances, applications that were presented here in this hearing. Like I said, there are main wall heights that are exceeding the number that we are proposing. So we did make our best efforts to work with planning staff. Again, we do have support from both of our neighbors. We submitted those letters with the original variances, but we still went ahead and reduced it, just to work with everybody as best as we could.
All right, thank you. Mr. Swartz?
Just to follow up on my colleague's question, I understand he asked about variance number 5, but what about variance number 3? I wasn't clear. Have you satisfied staff on variance number 3?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So it's just 5. Thank you.
All right, now we're ready to take it into committee. All right. Mr. Nipfeld?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I believe with the revisions or the changes suggested by the Planning Department that this is a supportable application. I think it's reasonable, but I think there were some fairly significant changes prompted by the Planning Department. So I'm able to support the application as amended or suggested by the Planning Department. So I would be supporting it on that basis.
All right, and are you willing to make a motion on that?
Well,
I'll give
hang
it
on.
a try.
Oh, Mr. Swartz, you want to add
Sorry.
some comments in?
Guess what? I don't. I feel that the planning staff were correct on 5. I think that the applicant should have accommodated planning staff. I think it's just a design function, so I'm not satisfied it's minor. I support the staff report on that. Oh, so you do? Oh. Oh, what the planning department's change.
Oh, so you're
Oh.
suggesting that it be refused? Okay, all
Variance
right.
5 be refused.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I wasn't clear on that. Yes, I do too.
You gotta sorry, just Madam Chair, member's motion has to be very clear on that.
Yeah.
Because the staff report has a recommendation if approved, and it also has a request to refuse. So we just want to make sure.
All right. Does someone want to make a motion? Mr. Nipfeld, are you?
I'll give it a try. I'd like to move approval of the amended application, subject to the changes suggested by Planning Department, which is that variance number 5 is refused. The variance number 3 is modified to 10.2 meters, and that the owner is to provide permanent opaque screening or fencing along the east and west sides of the proposed rear second-story deck with a minimum height of 1.5 meters from the platform floor. I'd like to also add that the rear covered deck not be completely enclosed, that the sides, with the exception of the screening, remain open.
Forestry, 2.
Pardon me?
Forestry.
And forestry
2.
number 2. Thank you. I think that's all of them.
All right. And Mr. Fazeli seconds it. All in favor? That is 4 in favor, opposed. All right. That concludes the 2 o'clock agenda. And now we move on to the 4 o'clock agenda. We okay to just carry on?
Madam Chair, oh, sorry, are you going forward with 4 o'clock?
I'm just checking with my colleagues. You need, well, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Okay, just to let you know, there is an item that we were notified, that a deferral request has come through for 4 o'clock. So when you return, we'll deal with that first.
Okay, we'll do that. 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yes. All right, everyone. Welcome to the 4 o'clock agenda. First of all, I understand we have a deferral, so we'll deal with that first. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
Through you, Madam Chair, we've been informed that number 32, 164 VIEWMOUNT, will be requesting a deferral.
All right. Do we have the applicant? 32, 164 VIEWMOUNT Avenue. Was anyone here on that item? Hope not.
Hi,
No?
Bye-bye Kasemi here from our club studio,
All right. And your address?
363 Eglinton Avenue West
Thank
in
you.
Toronto.
And the reason for the deferral?
We had an objection from forestry. We received it very last minute, so we just want to find an opportunity to work with them.
All right. It's for forestry. Forestry requested a deferral on this one, so. All right, thank you. Do we have anybody on that one? Any residents? No? Okay, good. Good, we're not impacting anyone. All right. Could someone make a motion for deferral? Oh, let's, Ms. Klein would like to make a motion. Go ahead.
I will. Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I'm satisfied with the request for the deferrals for the applicant to work with forestry and discuss with them what they need to do. So I move a motion to defer this application.
Thank you. And a seconder, Mr. Nipfeld. All right, all in favor of the deferral? That is carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. All right, back to item 24. A second while I catch up. 24 is 171 Cottonwood Drive. It's an application for a one-story detached dwelling, to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a one-story garage addition to the east side of the dwelling. We have one variance, and it is for east side yard setback. And on file, we have a survey, cover letter, plans, and photos. Anyone in the audience on this one? No? Good. All right. Let's have our applicant.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Jonathan Camara.
Welcome. And your address?
171 Cottonwood Drive. I'm the homeowner.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. I don't think we need a presentation. Does anyone have any questions of the applicant? No? All right. We'll just take this into committee to make a decision, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right. Mr. Nipfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a very minor and supportable application. I'd like to move approval without any conditions.
All right. Thank you. Seconder, Ms. Klein. All in favor? That is carried. The application's been approved. Okay. Item
Thank you.
You're welcome. 25 is 83 ABITIBI Avenue. This is an application to construct an ancillary building, garden suite in the rear yard of the property. There is one variance for west side yard setback. On file, we have a survey, site plan, original site plan, final plans, site photos, 2 letters of objection from 1105 Willowdale Avenue and 83 Nipigon Avenue, and a late community planning report. Are there people here on this item? All right, that solves one of our mysteries of today. Thank you. Let me just get organized here. All right, so from you're our applicant?
Yes, I'm an applicant. I'm Xinyi Liu, representative for the 83 ABITIBI Avenue.
All right.
Minor variance.
And I guess there's no changes to make to the application? Any change?
We submitted some amendment for the distance ready.
For the west side yard
Yes.
setback? All right. So it's different from the application, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, little difference with the original. Original 2.37 meter, Now we propose 4.5 meter.
4.5 meters?
Yes.
Okay, get that, staff? All right, if you could, for the benefits of the residents, give a brief presentation on it. It's the addition of a garden suite, so maybe if we pull up the site plan, you can just explain what is proposed.
Yes.
We don't have a revised plan though, do we? Like a revised site plan?
Yes, I read the.
Oh.
Yes, I already submit to you and.
Oh, yes, revision, sorry, I'm sorry. Site plan, is it the one labeled final revision?
Yes.
Okay, staff, can we pull that up? Yeah, there's a late community planning. Is that the plan? No. That
No.
looks like a,
Not. Yes. Next page.
that's the one?
Yes. Yes, this page have shows. Yes.
They're all AO. Is that the
Yeah.
right one? The one dated March?
Yeah. Second page.
Yeah.
Have show the 4.5 meters to west side of property line.
Zoom in a bit there.
It's a garden house side.
Okay. And the west,
Yeah, west to the Willowdale Road.
I had trouble determining what the west side yard was. on this.
That's the main building. Next to the garden side.
The one on
A
Willowdale.
small one, small square there. Yes, this one.
Okay, so originally you were bringing it closer to Willowdale Avenue.
Yes.
And now you've increased the setback to Willowdale. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay, just want to understand. It's the Willowdale side. So do you see on the site plan where Willowdale is? On the bottom? So it's that setback. The plan that's up on the screen, you can see the 4.5. I think. I could see it. Hold on, I'm just trying to increase it on mine a bit. Yeah, 4.5. Okay. All right. And I guess, I mean, sorry, it's just the one variance. Okay. Maybe we'll hear from the residents and then we'll have a better idea of what the concern is, and then you can address the concerns, okay?
Sure.
All right, and before we start with the residents, just so you know, garden suites are permitted everywhere in the city of Toronto. That was approved by city council. So we are not debating the merits of a garden suite in this location. It's just the variance that is
Correct.
being requested, and as you've heard, they've increased that setback that they were originally asking for. So you can sit down, sir, and we'll start with the residents.
Thank you, sir, Chair.
Okay. All right, who wants to come first? All right. Welcome.
Is it on? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman and the committee. I appreciate the time here today. My name is Ed Bartucci, and I've been living in the area over 50 years, and we live at 1105 Willowdale Avenue. So our house is just on the south side of 83 Abitibi, which is a corner lot.
Yep. Okay.
And Madam Chair, I understand your comments about garden suites, and I understand totally why the city is allowing them. But I'm hoping that once I present a bit more here and you hear from other neighbors, we have to be careful, because the way this lot at 83 Abitibi is configured, it's not really conducive to a garden suite, because you're going to have a building on that property. It's going to face Willowdale Avenue. It's all exposed right on the street. And in my view, a garden suite generally is in the backyard of somebody's house, and not here. And I might be wrong, and I'm sure I am. But certainly in terms of the appropriateness of that, it isn't, in my view, appropriate to put a property like that in that area, given the characteristics of other houses in the area, et cetera. But I'll go on to other matters. So my concerns are more around some of the plans and some of the issues in terms of the setback. Our property, our north side property, abuts to the backyard of 83 ABITIBI. And there is a tree on the lot line. It's a fruit tree that's been there for many, many years. It's more than 40 centimeters in diameter. And from my understanding of the tree declaration bylaws, there's supposed to be a setback of at least 2.5 to 3 meters. So my concern is I haven't seen any evidence in here, and I haven't seen anything from the city of Toronto or the applicant assuring me that when they do this construction, they're not going to damage that tree. And they haven't gone to urban forestry. I didn't see anything from urban forestry. And also, the depth of the excavation on this property to get to what they're trying to do may require some shoring. Otherwise, it could damage the lot line. The other item is, if you look at this property, they've done extensive renovations in the last number of years. But the one that's most concerning to me is that they have a lot of concrete that they've just completed. In front of the garage, there's now room for 3 cars to park in the double garage parking. And along the side of the garage, they've gone out at least 15, 20 feet to be able to put another 3 cars there. If this goes forward and you do the garden suite, there's going to be more concrete on that small lot. And I'm really concerned that in terms of soft landscape, we're not going to have proper drainage. Again, no commentary at all in there, and maybe that's coming out through the city planning, but that's a concern to us. We did try to resolve some of these things, and there is a letter from our local councillor, Lily Chan. Hopefully you have a copy of it, where we've had meetings and tried to resolve some of these, but we really didn't have enough time, and we haven't resolved anything. So her suggestion was that we defer, with respect, you defer this decision until we have more time to get into some of these other issues.
All right, thank you. Sorry, just to clarify, you said there's a fruit tree in between your property and their
Right on the lot line.
Whose tree is it?
I would say it's mine, but the fence is probably 4 or 5 inches on my property, and the tree is on the other side of the fence.
Oh.
It's on the drawing. I think it's on the drawing. You can go to that. It's there.
All right. Thank you. Any questions?
Madam Chair, just to clarify, in the forestry overall memo, they have not commented on this application.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think there's been an application made to forestry.
No, on the variance application, they
I see.
comment on all the applications, but they didn't provide a comment on this one, so. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Microphone, Carl.
Pardon me. Could we put drawing AO on the screen, and could you tell us where this tree is? There is one right on the property line. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, I apologize. I can't read that.
Can you see it on AO?
Yeah.
It's right on the property. You see where the proposed structure is to go?
Yeah.
It's on the south side there, near the corner.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Is it the one marked tree to be removed?
I think it's the littlest.
No, there's a tree on Willowdale that's going to be removed. I think it's a dead tree they're going to remove. Yeah, that's a sick tree that's coming down.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There's one right on the property.
Is it this one? Oh. No, I guess I'm not seeing it either. AO final revision. Oh, this one, yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Really is on the property line. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are other people going to speak? Or are there?
I think he's done a very good job.
Oh, okay. That's great. Thank you. All right, sir, can you come back and address the concerns?
Thank you, our neighbor. Thank you, Chair. First of all, for this one matter variance, only one question about the setback from Willowdale side. For the tree, we already applied for permit already. It's city tree, is already damaged. City asking for a cut, that side tree.
Are we talking about the fruit tree on the property line? I don't think so.
Yeah, outside the property line is city tree. he has a tree, my side have a tree, 2 trees need cut. City,
It's not the same tree.
Yeah,
Oh, 2 trees.
sorry, sir, it's, the resident was asking about the fruit tree that's on the property line, not the tree in the boulevard.
Oh,
That's the
okay,
city
okay.
tree.
So he talking about the border tree as a,
Yeah.
a link. Oh. That tree we can keep,
You can keep?
yes.
So you don't think the excavation will affect it?
No,
Okay.
no.
All right. Do we have other questions? Did you do a zoning review for this?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And there was no issue with soft landscaping percentage?
Yes, the rest is okay, passed.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Mr. Nipfel?
The gentleman that spoke before you mentioned that beside the driveway that leads into your garage, there's another area of paving.
It's a sidewalk, actually, around
Well, he
the-
said you park 3 cars on it. It can't be a sidewalk if you put 3 cars on it.
That's temporarily for the construction guys. They will remove from that truck is a renovation car, not residential car.
And
But it's labeled interlocked driveway. Is that,
Yes, I think so.
it's labeled driveway, it doesn't indicate that it's temporary to me.
Oh, the driveway is a front of garage. That's is permanent. Is already there.
and then you have a concrete pad beside the garage.
That
which
will.
show-
Yeah.
That is interlock allowed is there. It's not parking. We temporarily parking for the renovation
So-
workers only.
So that concrete pad's going to go away?
No, it's already there. It's a long time ago.
So then it's not temporary?
No.
You said it was temporary.
Oh, it means temporary parking for the renovation guys. They will go away.
But once the construction guy goes, it stays. It's still a parking pad.
Yes.
Okay. For whoever lives on the property.
Because when you finish the construction, they remove.
Okay, I don't quite understand that, but,
No, and I have trouble.
sorry? Yeah. No. And we're not being asked to look at that. Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, I just want to clarify, I'm the owner of the property.
Oh, okay.
So the laneway exists, laneways there, it's nothing changed.
The
at
one
all.
beside the garage?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it's with the property, nothing changed. We're gonna keep our exist property there, garage, nothing changed.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Just want to clarify.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think we have enough information now. I think we can take it into committee. Sorry, we've already heard from you, so. I know, but we already offered the extension to people. I think we're okay. I think we can make a decision. Yes? We'll take it into committee. All right. Are we satisfied? We have enough information? Basically, planning wanted the setback from Willowdale increased, and they've complied. Yes, all right. So, anyone have any comments or ready to make a decision? Mr. Nipfel?
Just a comment, Madam Chair. I don't agree with the gentleman that said that the garden suite, because it faces the street, is not. He didn't say not acceptable, but he was questioning it. I think the fact that there's a property with a garden suite on a corner is actually really good, because it means that the garden suite has direct access directly out to the sidewalk without walking through the rest of the property. I have a development very much like this near where I live. So I don't see that as a problem. I think the concern about the tree, it sounds as though the gentleman is going to preserve the tree that was concerned. Well, the other tree is being taken down because of the city has identified it as diseased. I don't have anything to support it. I really have trouble believing that this complies with the landscape requirements in the bylaw, but if that's what the planning examiner said, then it does. So on that basis, I would be inclined to support the application. I don't have any reason to not support it.
All right. Do you want to make a motion?
I'd like to move approval of the amended application with variance, the west side variance altered to 4.5 meters as suggested by the planning department. And I believe that's the only other condition.
All right. Seconder? Ms. Klein? All in favor? All right. Mr. Swartz is absent. All right. Sorry, we've already made a decision. If you have a question, you can ask staff. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Approved. All right. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have 228 Bing Avenue. Yep. One sec. Okay, it's an application to construct a new dwelling. Variances are for east side yard setback to the front porch, east side yard setback to the rear deck, lot coverage, height of side main walls, building length, building depth, exterior stair width, parking space width, east side yard setback, and west side yard setback. On file, we have a survey, plans, supporting material, tree photos, transportation review memo, signatures of support from 11 neighbors, and a late community planning staff report. All right, so first of all, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Again. For the record, name and address, please.
Jonathan Bitskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Okay, and do you have any changes to make to the
We do,
application?
Madam Chair. So reflective of the planning memo, variance number 3 will now become 31% coverage. Variance number 5 will now become a 19-meter building length. And variance number 6 will be completely eliminated.
Okay. All right. Do we need a presentation? No. We do have a neighbor. I believe, is anyone here in the audience on this item? No? We have somebody online, I believe. Okay, so we need a brief presentation.
Absolutely. So of the 9 remaining variances, 2 essentially deal with the side yard setback, and then there's 2 related setback provisions for the platforms, essentially saying the platforms need to match the side yard setback of the zoning bylaw. If we could just zoom in on what I've submitted there. What we can see again is a 1.28 meter side yard setback to the existing dwelling to the west, as well as a 1.16 meter side yard setback to the dwelling to the east. What that tells us is the character of the street, again, is not in compliance with the zoning bylaw. This is simply a further evolution of the neighborhood. Along this north side of Bing, this is one of only 2 bungalows that still remain. The entirety of Bing along this stretch has entirely been redeveloped with essentially similar built forms, integral garages, some with 2 stories above, some without 2 stories above the garage. But again, essentially a matching built form to what is being proposed with you today. In conjunction with that increase in building length, what I would say is that the rear yard setback is 21.89 meters. And to differentiate the difference between building length and building depth with the impact, it's really the building depth that controls that impact, because the building depth is measured from that required averaging of the 2 front yard setbacks, whereas that building length is the true measurement. So in this instance, again, if we look with that building length being reduced, it's more or less in line with the adjacent property to the east. Lastly, in terms of the grading of it at the rear, if we were to go to one of the side elevations, we could see there's a slightly extreme grade change from the front to the rear. The rear of the dwelling is almost at grade, essentially, again, mitigating any impact of those 2 stories above the garage with a raised deck. So the rear of the property is essentially at grade. Every effort has been made in the front yard to maintain the tree Okay, so the tree will be maintained through the curving of the driveway. Fairly straightforward. We've worked with planning. 19 meters is sort of that norm of what's along the stretch of Byng.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from the resident.
The host is on the overrun.
Hello?
Hello, am I muted or? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, we're at 229 Byng across the street. We're getting caught up on changes. I was going to ask, according to the letter we got, it looked like number 9 and number 10 were identical, but have they been removed or has this been amended?
Sir, could we have your address, please? Or, sorry,
229 Byng.
And your name?
Well, my name is Max Smith. I'm here with my wife, Boki Lee Smith. Can I speak for both of us? I only registered under her name.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
Sorry, you were asking for 9 and 10?
Well, in the letter we got, the covering letter, 9 and 10 seem to be identical.
One is for, we're talking the variances. One is for the east side yard setback and one is for the west side yard setback. So both sides of the house.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I think it's okay if they line up with the next door.
I guess our main concern were that the buildings line up and that from what it seems that they do.
Okay.
So I guess we're okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it? Thank you?
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. All right.
Yes.
Do you want to address that?
The buildings line up, Madam Chair. Yeah, the front yard setback is consistent to the adjacent dwellings.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Benkowski, or we'll just take this into committee? All right. Okay. I think given that there are a number of variances, quite a number of variances, but I think with the changes, the amendments, I think it's a reasonable application.
I agree.
I agree.
And I think it meets the 4 tests.
I agree.
Would someone else like to comment or make a motion?
Sure. Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do agree with you in terms of like 4 tests. It's satisfying the 4 tests with the revision recommended by the staff. So I'd like to forward a motion for approval of this application as amended. I'm looking if there are any conditions. I don't think.
There was nothing in the late
No, there are
staff
no
report.
conditions, so
All right.
that's my motion.
That's
Okay.
the modified application, right?
Yes, as amended. Yeah. All right, second by Mr. Nipfeld, thank you. All in favor? That is carried. Your application's been approved.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Schwartz is back. Mr. Schwartz was absent for that decision. And now we are on 343 Burnett. To construct a new 2-story dwelling with accessory building, pool house in the rear yard. Variances for lot coverage, building length, area of a platform at or above the 2nd story, east side yard setback. On file, we have a survey, plans, 2 letters of concern, opposition from 62 Wentworth and 64 Wentworth, a late community planning report, and a late letter of objection. All right. Again?
This is it for me today, Madam Chair and committee.
You really earned your keep here today, Mr. Benkowski.
Like I took a nap.
All right. Any changes to make to the application?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. Can we have you've got the late report up. Let's see. Or no, do we? Yes. So it's just a condition for to tie the coverage to the site plan drawing. You don't have any concern with that?
Namely born out of the coverage includes the proposed pool house as well as the dwelling,
Right.
not to be able to remove the pool house and appropriate that somewhere
Okay.
else. So we have
Yes.
no issue with that.
All right, that makes sense. Any questions of the applicant? No? All right, I think we can just take that into committee. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Day's getting long. Neighbors, come on down. Thank you.
Can I just do a quick presentation, Madam Chair?
Yes, go
Okay.
ahead. Yes. Oh,
We go-
sorry.
It's okay, that's okay.
Ladies, just have a seat for a sec. He'll do a presentation and then we'll hear from you, okay?
If we could just bring up my support material, it'll be very brief, Madam Chair, I promise. So, starting off with the coverage, as indicated in the planning report, as well as in my support material, the dwelling itself is essentially a 32% coverage. The increase is born out of including the pool house in it. In terms of the side yard setbacks, if we could just go to what I have submitted in my material. Just as it relates to the side yard setback, yeah, that's perfect. Oh no, I think that would be prior to mine, the support material. You know what, that's fine. We can go back up to that. I can explain it through that site plan. Or the side yard is for that small little pinch point that is in the garage there itself, with the entirety of the dwelling on the south being at 2.59 meters. In terms of the platform, it's a 2 square meter increase. It's a 5-foot second floor patio outside of a bedroom. I don't know why people like them. They never use them, but people like it as a look. Again, not very usable. Just to get out in front of what I believe the neighbors to the rear are going to speak of, we do have an arborist report that has been completed. If we want to just shift to the rear, all of the trees that are on the adjacent property behind this one, they are all located outside of the TPZ for what is being proposed for the pool house. So there is an arborist report that does indicate that. The city staff has it, but it was submitted late. I just noticed it was not on the AIC. But that report does indicate that those trees are all outside of the construction zone and would be protected on this property, but again, are outside of the TPZ for them. Okay?
Okay. All right. Who wants to go first? Welcome.
Hello. My name's Lori Kimmel, and I speak for myself and my husband, John. We live at 345 Burnett and have for 40 years. Our house is directly adjacent to the property at 343, and I just wish to express some concerns that we have in these plans. We do challenge a proposal of the lot coverage of over 36%, as we feel it represents overbuilding on the lot. It leaves we would feel very little permanent permeable ground, and with potential negative outcomes for adjacent properties such as ours, with groundwater drainage and damage to existing trees potentially. We also challenge the increase in the building length as it expands the footprint of an already dominant structure for neighboring properties. This looming structure will permanently shadow our home, blocking natural light to the east, exposure, and in our interior and garden yard area. On the plans submitted, the direction of the north arrow is incorrect. The setback applies to the west side, not the east side. And so we understand that variance of the 1.2 side yard setback is limited to the garage area. We request that the rest of the setback on the west side remain at 1.8 and impose a blanket setback of 1.2 meters for the full length of the house. And we also feel very firmly that a thorough report from the city arborist determine the effect of the construction of this row of heritage white pines, centuries old. They are very close to the property lines, and grave concern for this aspect of the development. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? No? All right. Please come forward.
Good day. Thank you for having me, Madam Chairman.
Can you just make sure the
my name is-
microphone is on?
Isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I guess you weren't in front of it. Now we can.
My name is Carol Karani. My husband is Alex Karani. He has some health issues, so he couldn't be here today. We live at 64 Wentworth. The trees in question are ours. They are at least 100 years old. They are only a few feet away from the fence that the property shares with us. There are 7 heritage trees on our property. They can be seen from Shepherd Avenue, the tops of those trees. And I've gotten some help putting our ideas in more legalese, so I'd like to read them, please. A primary concern is a sort of a wall effect that Mrs. Kimmel has mentioned, and I think the proposed building, 18.66 meters, is simultaneously reducing the side yard setback by nearly 32% to 1.22 meters. The applicant's creating a massive canyon effect on our northwest boundary, and this is not a minor adjustment. But we're gravely concerned about the environmental jeopardy of the proposed to the 4 fully mature trees that adjoin that property. They are probably 3 feet away from the fence that between the 2 properties, and the roots extend massively into both properties. The pool and the pool house are going to be digging up roots from the trees that are on our property. We have been told by an arborist at one point that they're over 100 years old. We are across from Burnett Park. You're trying to save the trees there. I would like these saved. I'm 77, my husband's turning 80 next month. These trees are on our property. We would be the ones to have to pay to have them taken down and replaced. Nobody else. I don't think we should be liable for that. Also, the combined addition of the rear yard accessory building leaves very little permeable ground. We already have wet property beyond that fence, as the Kimmels do, but we have even more. Besides our 4 trees, someone who is not willing to come forward, but on their, I think they live at 341 Burnett, the other side, they have another heritage tree, I believe, that actually is right up against the northern fence of this property, and it leans over. So any tree roots that are dug up are going to cause that tree to die. We would like just a specialist arborist to come out and report on it, about root exploration study. And I would like someone to give us binding indemnity from these people that if these trees have to come down, that would not be at our expense. Also, when we built our house, we put a 2nd story on the bungalow, and we have a house that is somewhat like a Frank Lloyd Wright home. Every house, every wall has 2 sets, have windows. And the platform that they are proposing looks into our kitchen, our bedroom, and our family room. As an invalid, those are the 3 rooms my husband uses. We're hoping for privacy in our lives, and this would not give us any privacy at all. I'm sorry, I was going to read it, but I'm just a little upset. We would like we would like at least the trees to be protected. Just putting a little fence around it is not going to do it. You can see them from Shepherd. They are so tall, there's a peak because we're on a pie-shaped lot. But everything that they're doing is going to shadow the trees, going to shadow our house, and change the community forever. Thank you. Sorry if I
It's okay.
didn't say it properly.
That's okay. Any questions for the resident? Anyone? No? All right. Thank you very much. We'll let Mr. Binkowski come back and address the comments that have been raised.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We can actually leave, if we could leave these on, actually, it's not the worst place to start. So as I mentioned, an arborist report has been completed. The 4 neighborhood trees of the individual who just spoke on Wentworth, the actual construction is all outside of the TPZ. Within the arborist report, it's not even an application to injure. It's literally to protect them. They're not anywhere close to the construction of the pool house, and that's within the arborist report. And that's also indicative of urban forestry, again, not even having a condition of approval for this application. Okay, so in terms of those 4 trees, they aren't even proposed to be injured. There's 1 tree that is proposed to be removed. It is on the subject property in the middle of the property in the rear yard. That is the only tree that is proposed to be removed, which is, again, on the subject property. The adjacent property that has the tree there, again, there would be an application to injure. There's a small pinch point at the corner of the house that infringes on the TPZ, but other than that, it is entirely outside of it. If we could go to the site plan, please. I hate to speak like this, but if we just zoom in, I believe the owner who spoke said they lived at 345. 345 extends further than the proposal that's here today. So in terms of overlook and shadowing the home, that dwelling that exists today actually extends further into the rear yard than what is being proposed with the increase in building length. So that building length actually extends further into the rear yard than what is being proposed before you today. Again, just to go back to the side yard setback, as I mentioned, the only reduction is for that small pinch point that's at that garage at the 1.22 meters. The aggregate of the entirety of it, if we take the 1.8 and the 1.8, would be 3.6 meters. We are even over that 3.6 meters, even with that small pinch point being there at 3.81 meters, where again, as we go back into the rest of the house, it's at that 1.8 meters. Reflective of the staff report, similar, we would be happy if approved to tie it to the site plan, because again, that would stick it where it is type thing.
And to clarify, that is the east side yard.
Yes, there is a revised plan that was submitted. Yeah, I believe it was yesterday.
Is that where the north point's wrong?
Looks okay to me, but maybe I'm reading it wrong. I've done that before.
But this one's correct. It is, I didn't understand the point the lady was making, and this drawing is correct.
The site
It's
plan?
the east side
Correct.
setback, and the north point on that drawing is correct.
And that's where the garage,
And the
Kicks out a
garage
bit.
comes out, yes.
Correct.
and I believe, did community planning want to tie it to site plan? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that, again, that's out of the increase in coverage being from the proposed cabana and the house adding up to the,
Yeah, it sort of covers a bunch of
Correct.
things. Okay. And the coverage was to accommodate it's the pool house that takes it over? Is
yeah,
that
it goes,
what's-
well, the dwelling itself is at 32%.
Okay.
It's that and the pool house gets us to the 36 and change.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Nifel.
Thank you. Mr. Burkowski, the concern about the pool house proximity to the existing trees, am I correct in reading your drawings? That pool house doesn't have a complete foundation.
It will not.
You need a foundation for the east end for the bathroom, but the rest of it's all is an open patio with a roof over it. And there's only 2 columns that hold the roof up. Am I correct?
Correct.
So although on the site plan, there's a big rectangle, that's not going to be,
Enclosed, correct,
yeah, and it's not going to have foundation that would interfere with the tree.
correct.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions for the applicant? No? All right. And the soft landscaping area is being met, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Then are we ready to take this into committee? Yes?
Thank
Okay,
you.
let's do that. Somebody want to start it off? I can understand why the neighbors want to protect those trees. Those are stunning trees. And I believe that the applicant has indicated that they are outside of the development is outside of the tree protection zone identified by the city, so they will be protected. And it looks like as Mr. Nipfeld determined, there's no extensive foundation, there's no basement for this pool house, so the excavation will be minimal to permit the pool house. Otherwise, I don't have any concerns with the amended application. All right, somebody want to go ahead? Mr. Swartz?
Yeah, I'll bring a motion to approve it,
Okay,
subject to the staff report, which condition to tie it to the site plan. Were there other conditions?
were they tying just coverage? Was that what the recommendation was? Can we just, okay. I think it should be the coverage and the east side yard setback.
Okay, so
frankly.
tying the, let me just pull up the staff report.
Substantially in accordance? Yeah.
I'll just read in the staff report once I
Sorry?
get it. Okay, this was variance number 1, right? Is that what they, so my motion is to approve, subject to the staff recommendation that the following condition be imposed, that variance number 1 regarding lot coverage be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing dated February 8, 2026, submitted to the Committee of Adjustment and attached as attachment 1 to this report.
Would you accept an amendment that variance 4 be included in that for
Sure.
the east side yard setback?
And that
Okay.
variance 4 also be included
All right, thank
as a
you.
condition for the side yard setback.
Okay. Seconder? Ms. Klein? All right, all in favor? That is carried. The application has, as amended, has been approved. All right. 20, item 28, 44 Edinburgh Drive. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story place of worship and daycare by constructing a rear addition in conjunction with interior and exterior alterations. The variances are for location of parking spaces, lot coverage, floor space index, rear yard setback, north side yard setback, location of required soft landscaping abutting a residential zone, and elimination of parking spaces. On file, we have a previous decision from March 2017, a survey, plans, photos, transportation report, and a letter of objection from 41 Edinburgh Drive. Is anyone here in the audience on this item? No? All right.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have a neighbor online.
Okay, but we have a neighbor online? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
And then we have the applicant online as well. Let's,
Yes, he's unmuted.
okay, go ahead, Mr. Cyrus.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Cyrus, Victor Architects, 4789 Yonge Street.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cyrus. Before we begin, I just want to ask you a question, because reading through all the material, one of the requirements from transportation, I assume you've seen the transportation report.
I have.
And one of the requirements is for a licensing agreement for the boulevard parking that seems to exist on the site. It seemed to be a requirement from the previous, I'm not sure if it was the 2017 application. So my question is, do you have a current valid licensing agreement with the city for that boulevard parking?
I believe it's in place. This building has been there for 70 years, and it's been operating the same way. The parking spaces have been like this for last 70 years, and we are not proposing to make any changes to that.
I understand that, but the transportation report says that the boulevard parking spaces must be licensed as commercial boulevard parking by transportation services, because they are saying currently they are illegal and subject to enforcement. So that gives me concern that you don't have a valid current agreement with the city. And the reason I wanted to ask you that first was you might want to defer the application in order to resolve that concern, because that will be the only parking you have at all for your development, and because you're proposing to remove any other spaces. So what are your thoughts about that?
I'm not removing any spaces. Last time we came to committee of adjustment, we had the same concern. And it was approved considering this. Last time we had 4 floors of space, 2 levels of office building, and a much larger place of worship. But we came here with the existing condition. The transportation note probably forgot to mention or note that this is Orthodox Jewish place of worship, and when it's being used, nobody drives to that space, so they all walk. So they're not using the cars the way other places similar to this are using. And what we are doing, we are actually staying within existing building. We are just renovating the existing uses for the same functions as they are right now. So we are not adding we are not going out of, in the previous application, we did go out of the walls, and we were 4-story tall. In this, because we had financial issues, the owner had financial issues, they decided to reduce the scope of the work. And we went through permit again, thinking that we are staying within the requirements of approved items from Committee of Adjustment last time. We should be fine, and permit was reviewed and was ready to be issued. But then somebody said, there is a note saying that you have to construct substantially according to site plan, and you're not necessarily substantially according to site plan that was approved. Yes, because we shrunk the building, so we are smaller.
Right, but there's still there is an addition to the building. That's
No,
what the application.
no. That's in place of what it is right now. It's not an addition. It's a.
So why does the purpose of the application say to alter the existing 2-story place of worship and daycare by constructing a rear addition in conjunction with interior and exterior alterations?
That's a miss. It's not the correct description. So the rear part of the building will be reconstructed to the same function of existing one.
So if we pull up the site plan, staff,
Or if you look at the survey,
let's just look at the site plan. We have Building A, existing two-story place of worship and daycare, and we have Building B, two-story addition. Is that
that's
already there?
so the back is there, but it's one story. The second story comes on top.
Okay, you really have me confused here. My concern is not so much that part at this point, but then if we go to the photos, please, staff, there is parking that's been taken over on the boulevard, and transportation is asking for you to have a license for that, as well as indicate there's parking at the front of the building facing, I don't know if that's Bathurst, where that is exactly, but there is parking there, but you don't show it on your site plan.
So the front of the front yard has been used as parking, but the dimensions, as you see, cars parked there, but they can't technically be used per zoning. So they're not really, the dimensions are not per city requirements. That's why we didn't put it on our drawings, pretending that we have extra parking spaces where we actually don't. Like they could squeeze in, but they are not per dimensions that are required. That's why we didn't put it on our site plan. We didn't want to pretend that they are actually parking spaces.
Right. So I'm very confused here because I asked the question at the beginning whether you have a license agreement for the boulevard parking. You're not sure if you do. People are parking there, and transportation is requested that you get a licensing agreement with this city. And that's why I suggested maybe you would like to defer the application, because transportation is also saying you're not meeting the parking requirements. So those boulevard
We will never be meeting the requirements.
I understand that part. Yeah, I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying that you need a variance for parking. Let's see here. You need a variance for, variance 1 and 2 are for those parking spaces on the boulevard, on the side street, on Edinburgh Drive. And you don't have the permission for that right now from the city. So it's very hard for us to consider your application when you haven't achieved the required request of transportation for that agreement. So I'm just wondering I don't know when you received the report, but it's something you should have probably addressed before coming forward to committee. And
I did try to contact them, but I couldn't get connected.
So I don't know. Do you have?
Madam
Is that something that can be addressed through permit? Because it's already been approved by a committee of adjustment in previous time, and we are not changing anything the way it is, and that can always be addressed with the transportation. What I'm saying, a bit city.
Okay,
what I'm saying is that it is remaining the way it is. We are not touching it. We are not changing the function of the building. We are not going over what we had approval from Committee of Adjustment before.
Madam Chair, just
yes.
On the topic of the commercial boulevard parking, it appears it can be a condition of approval through the transportation.
Okay.
But the applicant should know if they can't get it, then they likely won't get the permit for what they want.
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
we'll put it up, if we scroll to the bottom of the memo that's up. It's very slow.
Oh, so they're saying identify the two
Right there.
parking
Number
spaces.
Number 2.
Yeah.
Again, the
Thomas.
problem is the dimensions are not per zoning. So, so the even though they're shown as accessible parking,
They're not meeting the bylaw. Is that what you're saying?
they're much shorter than they should be.
It's more condition 2, that
Yeah.
is.
But it's condition 2 I was referring to, but it appears we could make it a condition of a decision, but if you don't get that, you won't get the permit.
We won't get that condition because the parkings are not per zoning requirements.
Well, that, you're talking about condition 1, I'm talking about condition 2. Mr. Nipfeld, did you?
Yeah, I think the issue here is that we don't have a complete application. We need to know the size of those parking spaces, and we need to know whether or not you can get an approval to keep them on the roadway. You also indicated you have other parking that you didn't show because it's undersized, but I gather you're using. I don't know where that is. And then when the chairman was asking you about the addition, you said, oh, but it's partly there. And then you said, if I understand, the ground floor was there, but the second floor isn't. I'm totally confused, and I think the problem is it's not a clear application. I think it's missing a lot of information that we need to make a proper decision.
There's only so much we can do with the information we have. I'm concerned because I look at the site plan and it would appear to me that the hatched area was new. That's what I assumed the addition was, but now you're telling me it's not that. So I don't even know where the addition is that we were talking about, like a plan that's redlined or something that would help us understand what the application is, what would be very helpful.
Understand. The existing drawings, if you go to the existing, please.
The existing main floor?
Yes, please. And that's
Okay, so that's
page 4.
Existing, and then if we
Yes.
go to proposed main floor, it appears to be an addition to the, no, it appears to be added on the, is it the north and south? I'm not sure what side of the building we're on at this point. Can't see the north arrow.
So the setback remained the way the existing is, and because the owner had the permit on this already, they went ahead and started the work, but then during work, they realized they cannot afford to do the actual permit that they had and committee of adjustment approval. So they came in with a new decision to reduce the scope. So this supposedly addition is by removing the what it was and putting a new building. It's new in terms of construction, but in terms of zoning, it's actually existing.
Do you have an architect?
I'm an architect.
No offense, but you're really not explaining this very well to us. I think that a drawing that shows what's existing and what's proposed would be really helpful, and I don't think we have that in front of us right now. I just don't think that I understand the application, and I'm very familiar with applications, but I am struggling, as I think my colleagues are as well, to understand what this application is for. The description says it's to add an addition, but now you're telling me it's not an addition, and I get the interior alterations, not really a concern, but there are a lot of other items related to the variances that would only be triggered by an addition. And I don't understand. I don't understand the application, and I'm not trying to be difficult, I just don't understand it. Unless you can explain it.
Well, as I mentioned, because they went ahead and demolished the back portion, in terms of construction, it's new. In terms of zoning, it's actually existing.
I don't understand what you mean by, in terms of zoning, it's existing. How can it be?
Meaning that we are sitting on the existing, previously existing walls.
So on the existing main floor, that portion on the right-hand side of the drawing that's open, has nothing
Yeah.
in it right now, that was demolished. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct.
And then they built the new one as per the proposed main floor plan. But it's bigger than what was there.
It is bigger,
It
yes.
extends to the north and the south.
That is
And
correct.
which I assume triggered some of these variances, like the landscape strips and the rear yard setback.
These are most of these items have been there for the last 7 years. So if we kept the building and we went to the city, they would still ask for the landscape strips. We are not removing it. They've never been there. For the setbacks, we are not asking new. They have been there forever, for 7 years. The parkings, they have been there for 7 years. We are not asking new. The coverage, mostly been there. We are not asking for new. We are basically going back to the same condition that has been for 7 years. And those the items that you see, we have come previously to Committee of Adjustment, and it's been approved. Today, we are just reducing the, if you compare the variances that we have today in March 2017, it was actually March 23, 2017. They are either exactly the same or reduce the scope.
Yeah, well, I don't think they can be exactly the same, because if I overlaid the main floor, the proposed main floor over the existing grade level, or whatever that drawing was, it would be different. It wouldn't be the same.
No, I meant to the proposal that we had previously, which was approved.
Okay. What do we want to do with this one? Anyone? Yeah. Sorry? I'm hoping to get a plan that shows what's existing and proposed, because I don't feel that we have that. Are you able to provide a better plan if we were to defer this application? Can you provide a plan that shows what's, well, I take it, if it's been taken down, it's not even existing. I don't want to know what the zoning was from 2017. I want to know what is there on site right now and what you are proposing, so we can evaluate the variances. Because right now, I feel that...
Could we go to survey, please? A survey is yes.
I don't think the survey is right.
That's that survey.
And what are you trying to demonstrate?
So you see that there's a stair between the two parts of the building.
Yes.
So because they had the permit, they went ahead and demolished the building in the back from that stair. But technically, when we submitted for permit, we had that, and we had a permit, and things changed. At the front yard, if you look, there are they show as parking, but they are not really parking. So we can't really assume that they are parkings. That's why we didn't put it on the drawings.
All right. I'm not sure we'll get better information if we defer it.
Madam Chairman, basically, it's the applicant's obligation to provide us with the information that supports these variance requests. We don't have it. We don't know whether the parking has got the licenses necessary to continue, whether or not they've been there for a long time or not. We don't know whether the building that we have on the various drawings, we don't know how that relates to the variances before us. We don't have a clear understanding of what this application is. And as such, I would argue professionally, I am unable to evaluate the variances. And we could stay here for another hour talking about what happened in the past, but we're not moving anywhere.
No. All right. Well, let's take it into committee. Oh, yes, I forgot. We do have a neighbor. Sorry, let's hear from the neighbor.
Hello.
Maybe. Hello.
Yeah, hi. My name is Shu Rui Zhou. I'm here with my husband, Xilin Liu. We are the resident and landlord of 42 Edinburgh Drive, directly adjacent to the rear and north side of the subject site. So we've moved here since late 2023, and as a new mom of a 7-month-old infant, I'm here to just express my strong concern for this application. So first of all, as we already discussed, the city confirms the application's current parking is illegal, and the proposal requires 126 parking spaces, yet provides 0. I would like to emphasize that Edinburgh Drive has no public sidewalk. Doubling the building's capacity without providing legal parking creates serious safety risk for the families, and like ours using strollers, and for kids running and biking on the street. And second of all, the applicant seeks to remove all the required landscaping buffers, which is kind of exactly half of what is required for a non-residential building. This allows a massive 2-story addition and a new daycare playground to sit right against my lot, a lot line without any visual and acoustic screening. I'm deeply concerned that without these mandatory buffers, our home loses all the protection from the constant noise and activity of the facility. Lastly, the proposal requires for 54% lot coverage is far higher than the permitted 35%. This represents a major escalation from the 2017 committee decision, and this intensity is out of the character of our residential street and ignores the reasonable limits previously established for the property. So I believe this is not a minor variance, and I respectfully ask for the committee to refuse this application. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to add one more point. What they're proposing today is actually bigger. The coverage is actually bigger than what they got approved in 2017. So I just wanted to make it clear. Their expansion there.
Right here? Oh, that's the other neighbor. Yeah, that's the neighbor who sent the letter in. Yeah, it's a different neighbor. Yeah, okay. These people are to the east. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any comments or questions? No. All right, thank you. Okay, back to the applicant if he wants to address the comments from the neighbor.
As for coverage, there's a miscalculation by the city asking for 54. We are actually at 43%, what it was previously. I just spoke with Andrew actually before this, and I mentioned that why you guys are putting 54 when I asked for 43, and they said your setbacks are set, so I'm sure the committee wouldn't mind that mistake. It's a mistake. It's 43%. We are not asking for 54. and is smaller than previous application, as I mentioned. As for buffer, landscape buffer, and parkings, as I mentioned, they have been like this for last 7 years. Nothing has changed. We are not proposing to change anything. We are just redoing the building to the same function, with a little bit of extra space under the parkings in our own lot. And I spoke with Andrew. He said he wanted to see some permeable buffer around the neighbors. And we mentioned that we agreed to provide permeable. We spoke and decided to basically go ahead, do a permeable buffer where the planning wanted it. But it doesn't impact the variances that we are discussing now, but we have been discussing with planning in the background.
Okay. Thank you. Take it into committee. I just find there's not enough information here. I don't have the plans I don't see a plan that tells me what is being proposed here with the setbacks clearly indicated. I understand that some of them are existing. I understand the parking. Don't really have a problem with that. Don't have a problem with making it a condition for the parking, but I just really don't feel that I understand the application. Now there's a question about the lot coverage, so, yeah, apparently. So I just don't know what we do with this application. I'm struggling with it.
I would be inclined to refuse it. We don't have the information necessary to make the decisions that we're being asked to make. And the two options available to us, in my view, would be deferral, and it doesn't look as though we're going to get anything much better, or refuse it until we get something we can evaluate. I would recommend refusal.
All right. Mr. Swartz, do you have an opinion?
I'm willing to second that if you make the motion.
Sorry?
I'm willing
Oh.
to second that if you're willing to make a motion.
Mr. Nipfeld, would you?
The onus is on the applicant to convince us, and I mean, my colleagues have more knowledge of planning, I feel, than even I do, and yet they're struggling. I'm still struggling with it. I look it over many times, and there was a previous approval. It's not clear to me if that previous approval's conditions were met, and we've got some indication that it wasn't. This may be a legitimate application, but we need the evidence to approve it, and I don't have that. So
No, and I offered a deferral. It doesn't seem like it would have been of much benefit, but I feel like we don't really have a choice here.
like, I'm struggling. I'd like to approve it, but
Yeah.
I need evidence, and we still operate that we've got to have evidence from the applicant so that we can give our approval. Without that, the whole system breaks down, so I'm willing to second that if you're willing to bring the motion.
Okay, Mr. Nipfeld, do you mind?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that we refuse the application because we don't have the information necessary to make a decision.
I think you have to say the 4 tests.
And I can't clarify that it meets the 4 tests.
All right. Thank you. Seconder? Mr.
I'll
Swartz?
second it.
Thank you. All in favor? Swartz? That is unanimous. The application's been refused. Okay, 34 Boynton Road. Sorry we had to take so long on that. To alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a 2nd-story front addition. There are variances for front yard setback, north side yard setback, south side yard setback, floor space index, eave projections into north and south side lot line. On file, we have a survey, plans, and photos. Do we have our applicant?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes?
Hello?
Yes, I think you might have two microphones on because we're getting.
Oh, sorry.
Is anyone here on this application? No? Okay. Do you have your phone on and your computer perhaps?
Well,
Sounds like you're in outer space.
Does.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. We're still.
Is that better?
No, you're still, you must have another microphone on.
I think I just shut it off. Is that? Hello?
Yes?
Okay.
Okay, I think we're good now.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay. Do you have any changes to make to the application today?
No, there are no changes to the application. I just want to say my name is Murray Fern of Calmer Building Productions, Inc. And my address is 20 Ferris Road, East York, Ontario.
Thank you.
And I'm the applicant here today.
All right, thank you. I don't think do we need a presentation? No, I don't think so. Unless there's something you want to point out, we'll just take it into committee for a decision.
No, I think it's things are pretty straightforward. If the committee wants to just go ahead and make their decision.
Okay. All right, committee. Anyone to make a? No forcing. No, there are no conditions. Yeah. Ms. Klein.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. This seems like a pretty straightforward application, and I would move to make a motion to approve.
All right, thank you very much. And a seconder, Mr. Nipfeld. All in favor? That is carried. Your application has been approved.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye now.
Bye. Okay, item number 30, 315 Holmes Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing detached dwelling by constructing a one-story rear addition. One sec. One moment. Oh. We have variances for west side yard setback, east side yard setback, building depth, building length, and lot coverage. On file, we have survey, plans, site photos, and a late community planning staff report. So we have our applicant in front of us.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
We'll start with your name and address, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Duo Yu from Web Process Design. My address is 80 Nashdin Road, Unit 60, Scarborough.
Thank you. Anyone here on this application? No. All right. Do you have any changes to make to the application?
No.
No. Could we have the community planning report up? I just went fast. Okay, so have you seen community planning's comments about tying variants 3, 4, and 5 to the site plan?
Yes.
Do you have any concern? No concern? Okay. All right. Does anybody, we don't have anybody here on this, and we don't have anyone online. Any requirement for presentation? No? All right. Someone want to make a motion?
Just a second before, I guess are we in committee? 'Cause
Yes. Did you want to go?
Well, I just wondered about the right one. There was a staff report, right?
Yep. Tying the variances to substantially.
And did we ask the applicant?
Yep,
they're
she's
okay
fine.
with that? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. All right. In committee? No. No. Do you want to move? Thank you, Mr. Nipfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is a very straightforward application. Planning's report is very helpful. They're just trying to clarify the application, and I would move approval subject to the planning's condition that variants 3, 4, and 5 rebuilding length, depth, and lot coverage be developed in accordance, substantially in accordance with the site plan and west elevation.
Thank you. Mr. Fazeli seconds that. All in favor? That is carried. The application has been approved.
Okay, thanks.
All right. 31.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
If I may, do you mind if I take a quick bathroom break and
Yep,
sit out?
we can take a
I don't
5-minute.
want to hold up the process, so you can continue without me, if that's okay, and I'll come back for the next one.
Are we okay with that?
That's fine. If I,
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we'll move on to the next one. 8 Abbotsford Road, item 31.
Yeah.
Yep. Variances are for this is to construct a new dwelling. The variances are for north and south side yard setbacks, lot coverage, side exterior main wall height, number of stories, number of platforms on rear wall, and area of a platform. On file, we have a survey, plans, applicant's presentation, tree photos, a letter of objection from 6 Abbotsford, 2 form letters of support from 10 and 14 Abbotsford, and a late community planning report. Okay, hold on, where am I? Abbotsford. All right. Sir, are you one of the residents?
Yes, I am.
Okay, if you could just wait a minute, we'll bring the
Sure.
applicant forward first. He's online, I believe, so we'll deal with him first, and then we'll hear
Sure.
from you, okay? Mr. Rubinoff, I think?
Yes, I'm going to say good afternoon, not good evening, because it's still afternoon.
You're a little faint, Mr. Rubinoff.
Sorry. Is that better? Is
Yes,
that better?
much better.
Sorry, I was going to say good afternoon instead of good evening, because
Yes.
it's still an afternoon session. Yes, it's Glenn Rubinoff, Rubinoff Design Group, 2 St. Clair Avenue West, Toronto, Ontario.
All right, thank you. Any changes to make to the application today?
Well, I do want to do a bit of a presentation because there are some items, some concerns, and I wanted to address the staff report and also just outline a little bit of the application.
Yes, well, we have residents, so you can make a presentation, but you're not making any changes to the,
I do want to make a proposed change, but it's part of my presentation because it's more or less just a minor adjustment. So the application before you is for a new home at 8 Abbotsford Road.
Mr. Rubinoff, can you just hold on 1 minute? Because the one gentleman who wishes to speak is currently talking to staff, so I just want to make sure he hears your presentation.
Of course.
Are we good over there? Okay, all right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this is an application for a new home at 8 Abbotsford Road. We were here recently for number 10 Abbotsford Road. This is another application that was reviewed and before you. It's very similar to that application. There were 11 variances on that application. This one was 7 variances. So we reduced it, we streamlined it in several ways. But we also wanted to address a concern that staff brought up in their staff report. Their only concern seemed to be on the balcony. The rear of the house has, they said it's 2 balconies. It's actually a porch in the back and a balcony upstairs on top of the breakfast area. That balcony is intended as a small emergency exit, effectively. It's not meant for entertainment. But further to that, the concern was about privacy. So we're, as staff said in their report, part of the concern that was expressed was, they don't want something overlooking neighbors. So we were fine with that idea. But one of the things that came up with number 10 was we never had an application for a balcony. And we had an issue during the building permit process whereby we had to provide a window escape that had no landing because we weren't permitted it. And it became a very complicated little exercise. What we're proposing is a small balcony on top of the breakfast area simply for egress. And in that spirit of that, it's 4 square meters right now. So it actually complies with the requirements for balconies. The one variance that you see is for the area is just for the porch itself below. But the one above was designed at 4 square meters. I spoke with the client about reducing it to simply a landing, a 5x4 landing, which would be 2 square meters instead of 4 square meters. So that's my suggested change to you today. It's still providing the privacy screening, but turning it simply into a doorway with a chance to basically be out in the event of a fire, because that's what building code review determined, that we need an exit up there. And rather than start with something with ropes and whatever, having something of a small landing, 2 square meters would address that. And I think that was what I wanted to bring forward before you. As far as the other variances before you, so I'll finish up just, the other variances before you are for the other items mentioned earlier about side yard setback, lot coverage, much of which the number of stories, very similar to what was reviewed for the house next door. But certainly the number of platforms it's not balconies. It's a landing. It's a porch and then a small platform above, and that's really where we'd like to present it as, not as something that's a space to sit out and have coffee or anything like that. But the rest of it, I think there was some concern from forestry about a tree, which we will work with them. We're just going to modify the driveway to. They basically wrote us back and said that we will be supportive of a tolerable injury to T1. So we're okay with that, and we'll deal with that with the forestry condition if that's something that you would grant. As far as other items before, I think they were, like I said, it's very similar to number 10, so I won't dwell on it. And I'll give the time to the neighbors and interested parties. Thank you.
Thank you. So you still need the variances for the more than
Yes.
one deck, and the variance 7 is related to the other deck, the deck off the main floor?
So variance 7 says the proposed area of each platform at or above the second floor is 9.7
Right.
meters of each platform. So there is there's a platform, there's a patio in the back that's like a regular porch size. I think it's referring to that. I think that we're just saying that the upper balcony would be reduced, or would be at a maximum 2 square meters. So 9.7 for the main entry, like a porch, and then 2 square meters for the upper balcony. That's what we're proposing.
Okay. There's a deck and a walkout on the main floor.
That's right. There's a walkout from the basement.
Oh, below.
Walkout's 1 floor.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand. Yep, I get it now. Never mind.
Okay.
Getting late in the day.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Questions? Mr. Nipfeld has a
Thank you,
question for you.
Madam Chairman. The planning department request is for to also provide screening along the east and west sides of the proposed.
Yes.
That's the upper deck, the one off the bedroom, right?
Exactly, for the upper deck, yeah.
Okay.
And we're fine with that.
Is it possible that you could meet the fire requirements and also not need this not need variance number 6 if you provided a Juliet balcony and you could walk out on the roof?
That's the problem with what we had with the building department.
That isn't considered a fire exit?
It wasn't, the window was considered a fire exit. It wouldn't allow for a Juliet balcony. It became quite complicated for anybody who, you know, in the event of a fire or something, they'd have to crawl out a window and then climb down a ladder. It was not, it wouldn't even, it became complicated. That's why we came this time and asked for it. There are some precedents in the area for 2 balconies, which staff didn't. I know that they said there wasn't, but I have 2 addresses that were approved for that.
But the issue, I mean, it seems very unusual. The issue of a Juliet balcony that you could just walk over, and there's already a platform out there that you could stand on in case of a fire.
Absolutely, and that's what.
Why is that different than the balcony? The balcony, you walk through the doors and you stand on the landing. It's the same thing, really.
It's exactly the same thing, except they don't call it a Juliet balcony. Juliet balcony is a guardrail against the door. Even any platform is considered a platform, so it's considered a landing. So I know what you mean, but the guardrail would literally be right up against the door. You could not physically step out, and that's the issue with. You know, climbing over a guardrail, I suppose, but they're quite high. You know, they're
okay. Thanks.
And sorry, just what was the size of that?
2 square meters.
2 square meters. Okay.
Which is basically 4 feet by 5 feet, just enough to, you know, to step outside. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Were you done your presentation?
Yep.
Okay. Great. Let's hear from the resident now.
Yes, hi. My name is René Lefree. And me and my wife have been living at number 6 Abbotsford Road for about 46 years. We sent you a letter of complaint really about it in time, March 16th, where we detail basically our main concerns. For brevity, I just want to go to the setback on the south side. So they're wanting a setback revision to 1.22 from 1.80. If you go back to our pictures, we've taken some pictures at the side. Go a little further, you'll see an east-west picture. That's from this one. So the setback, what it will do is basically go to where the cones are, the building, which as you can see is really, really close to our place. Now, our place was built in 1946 in keeping with the after-war housing, and as such, the setback wasn't probably as prescribed. They made a bit of an allowance. So here now we're looking at basically a blind wall that is going to take our light, as well as it's pretty unsightly. Now it's when their top floor will basically look into my office on the top floor of our house. But their bathrooms will basically look out on our bedroom on the 2nd floor, on the north side of our house, which again, for privacy reasons, is sort of silly that you would even have that sort of thing. So those are our main complaints, but definitely the setback here, which as you can see is awfully close to where we are.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the resident? No? All right, thank you very much. Are you the only person speaking today?
Yes, I'm the only one.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Rubinoff.
Thank you. Yes, if you have a quick look at the survey on the property. I understand his concern about side yard setbacks, but I just want to point out, if you can zoom in on the survey, you'll see that the number 6 is located at 2'6" from the property line. We're proposing 4 feet. It's a 12-meter frontage lot, fairly, there's, in the neighborhood, we did our survey prior to starting with this, and it's a fairly typical requirement, or should I say request before committee for a 4-foot side yard, just because of the lot frontage as being, a 40-foot frontage. It's a little challenging to work with being further away. So, but the neighbor is closer than what we're proposing before the committee. We're at 1.22, and I think I understand the concern for privacy. I mean, that's how the wartime homes were built. At a time they were very similar, and zoning does change, and people need more space, or whatever the requirements, and I do appreciate that they've been there for so many years, but I feel that the request for side yard is essential to be working with the plan here. I mean, the existing house was at the almost on the lot line on the other side, so it's an improvement on the side towards number 10, but certainly it's a fairly standard setback for the area.
All right, thank you. Any questions of the applicant? Mr. Swartz?
I know there was been some discussion, but maybe I just didn't quite understand what's going on with these platforms and the staff requests. So maybe just to be clear, are you eliminating one of the platforms, or are you still seeking 2 platforms?
Okay, so to clarify, we are seeking 2 platforms, but we're reducing one of the platforms to a very small landing on the upper level. The main floor has a deck, and that's considered the main platform. The main floor is considered the second floor, effectively. That's why it's called balcony, but it's actually a deck, a wood deck. The one above that is, if you go to the second floor, it's on top of that roof. It says balcony there. So that balcony, we're proposing to make it quite a bit smaller, about half the size of that.
Is there a 3rd-story balcony?
That's called a 3rd-story balcony.
So the 2nd-story balcony is called a 3rd-story balcony.
Yeah.
And you couldn't get rid of that balcony to comply with the staff request?
The problem that came up was when the next door neighbor, or the next door property, when we went for a building permit, we were told we need a balcony. We need a proper, because of the definition of the house as being a 3-story, they require a balcony. So we were, or a window, an openable window, which we felt was not particularly safe, but the intention was really just to meet the requirement of code, but not have a balcony that's kind of a lounge area, just simply a landing.
Simply a landing, so there, and what about privacy for the neighbors?
Privacy screens on both sides, yes.
Screens on both sides and just landing. But basically what you're saying is the staff report said no, but then building people said it's needed.
Yeah, that's what we ran into, and that's why I'm asking for it. Normally I wouldn't ask for something unless we needed it.
So normally you would have just gotten rid of it, but you ran up against conflicting regulatory requirements, and so you
building code versus zoning. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
All right, thank you. Any further questions of the applicant, or we can take it into committee now? All right, let's take it into committee. Comments, thoughts? Um, Mr. Nipfel?
Just a comment, because I've been struggling with the planning department's recommendation, and it still doesn't make sense to me. If we did what they've recommended and refused variance number 6, read the number of platforms, then Mr. Rubinoff would only have one platform, and it would be on the main floor. He wouldn't have the third floor balcony, in which case the second condition of planning, that he provides permanent screening on the east and the west sides of the balcony, wouldn't apply. So
Do they mean did
that's
they
why
mean
I
the floor?
that's why I asked whether it was the one down below, but it isn't. The one down below would only mean screening on one side. So the condition from planning isn't clear.
Can we
to
put
me.
the report up again, please? It was a while since we read it.
Well, maybe I didn't. I copied it out.
Is that what they meant?
Pardon me?
Basically, it says if they're requesting for refusal of variance number 6, right?
It's saying,
Okay.
should the committee
So if-
approve it,
if
then.
Let's
we
say if
should
you
put it-
don't, then if you don't refuse the variance number 6, then they recommend for that protection, for the
Yeah.
permanent opaque screening. It's just the phrasing, I guess. At the beginning, they said, You see?
Okay. So it's okay.
Should we
yeah,
approve?
if you
Yeah.
keep it,
Okay.
then apply this.
I didn't read it correctly.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
We are getting tired. All right, hang in there. Okay. What are we thinking in terms of this application? Obviously, yeah, I think staff, their biggest concern was the platforms. I think that can be complied with, and that with the applicant saying that the third floor platform would be limited to 4 square meters, we can include that in the, 2 square meters, I'm thinking feet, 4 square feet, sorry. 2 square meters could be incorporated into the approval, if we were to approve it.
I just don't see the reason to screen walls on the side of a 2 square meter.
I know.
That would, to me, that's just making it.
But if it's, I think the planning staff were recommending that because of the privacy for the residents. So if it makes everyone happy and the applicant is willing to do it, then I say we do it. Would someone like to make a motion? But I think that I understand what the residents are saying, and I understand that it's hard to have a new house come in beside you on an old house that doesn't meet the zoning bylaw requirements, or doesn't, wasn't built, because the zoning bylaw didn't exist. I have the same situation, so I'm very familiar with that. But I think that the proposed setback of 1.2 is still, 1.22 is still reasonable for a setback, given everything we see these days. So, would someone like to attempt a motion?
I'm willing to do it. Let me figure this out. So we want to approve it subject to the revised plans, right? And the site plan approval. Were there revised plans for that smaller balcony?
I have to get back to it again.
No, with privacy screen, like the small, I thought he was gonna do a smaller one. Is that not the case? Do we have plans?
He was, but we don't have plans that reflect the smaller one, so we would have to just make it a condition.
A condition
That the third floor balcony be limited to 2 square meters.
2 square meters.
And that the east and west sides, or is it the north and south? Be screened, east and west, thank you. the east and west sides be screened. Was there another condition? I'm sorry, staff. I keep forgetting what the planning report said.
The other report said the trees were in 6.
Right.
Some of these would be able to have 2, but we will have 2.
Right. But was there
Oh,
any
I
time
mean, look,
the site plan or anything? There was.
I like the staff, I like the staff, but I'm concerned, right? Like, they
Yeah.
just raised this issue about building. Now, we could just give him what the staff recommended and let him deal with it, but I'm willing to take him at his word that building has raised this problem. He's willing to put up a privacy screen. That was an alternative from planning, so, you know, let's just get on with this. That's
Yep.
what I'm thinking. If
And
I could
sorry,
figure out
did
how to word
did
it properly.
Staff recommend the tying it to site plan? Sorry. Sorry, I just don't have it in my package, so. I'd have to go look for it. They just asked for the screen? Okay, so they didn't tie it to site plan. Never mind, never mind.
Okay, so we don't
We're
have to
good.
tie it to site.
No.
We just do for the privacy screen and reduce to.
The size of the third floor balcony
floor
to
bal-
2 square meters.
Okay. So, so the motion is to approve the application subject to the third-story rear platform shall be limited to a maximum of 2 square meters and function only as a landing. That permanent opaque screening, minimum of 1.5 meters in height, shall be installed along the east and west sides of the platform.
From the floor.
From the floor.
Yeah.
And revised plans reflecting these changes shall be submitted to and approved by community planning prior to issuance of the building permit. How's that?
No,
Do
we
have
don't
to say
need that. We
Forget.
don't need that.
Okay. So then,
No.
we can't obligate them to submit?
Just stop at the screening.
Okay, so
You got that?
here it is. I move to approve the application subject to the following conditions. The third-story rear platform shall be limited to a maximum area of 2 square meters and function as a landing. The permanent opaque screening, minimum 1.5 meters in height, shall be installed along the east and west sides of the platform from the, what did you say there, Madam Chair? Well, I said that the permanent opaque screening, minimum of 1.5 meters in height, shall be installed along the east and west sides of the platform of the third floor from the ground, from the floor of the platform. Yes, so approved subject to the staff report recommendations regarding privacy screening, and that the third-story rear platform shall be limited to a maximum area of 2 square meters and function only as a landing.
My only comment is, I don't know how you determine something as a landing.
Okay, so forget that part. Third-story rear platform shall be limited to a maximum area of 2 square meters, period. The permanent opaque screening, minimum of 1.5 meters in height, shall be installed in accordance with the staff recommendation.
It's called a balcony on the plans, so
approval subject to those 2 conditions.
I don't what you care.
If you're a zoning examiner and you're clearing a permit, how do you determine something is a landing?
Yeah, we're not calling it a landing.
Okay, well, that's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Yeah,
I
we'll
appreciate
call it a
Okay, we'll leave that
balcony,
out.
even though it's functioning as a landing.
Whatever it's doing,
Okay,
he says he needs it, he's cutting it down in size, he's putting up the screens, which
building code,
building-
fire are
which-
different
which
than
the staff
zoning
had
anyway.
recommended. So I'm moving to approve it, subject
Okay.
to the
Opaque
third
screening.
story being 2 square meters of a landing or balcony, and that the permanent opaque screening be minimum 1.5 meters in height, in accordance with the staff recommendation.
We okay with that? All right, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Someone.
Nobody wants to say it.
No one wants to second.
How long are we gonna be here?
Oh, great. Ms. Klein wasn't here for the beginning of this, believe it or not. Mr. Nipfeld, would you like to second the motion, or are you okay with it?
unfortunate, but yes, I'll second.
Okay, thank you. All in favor that are voting on this? Okay, that is 3 in favor. Opposed? 1, Mr. Fazeli. All right, let us move on to item 32, 164 VIEWMOUNT Avenue. Oh, sorry. Thank you. See, this is why I need help. 33. This day ever ends. Item 33, 3351 Bayview Avenue. This is an application for, to permit a loading space in the rear yard of the property. Oh, okay, this is this one. The variance is for a loading space abutting an R or RA zone. On file, we have a survey, plans, cover letter, arborist report, traffic study, letter of opposition from 5 Centurion Court, a late transportation review memo, and a late petition against the application. I believe that is it. Do we have our applicant?
Yes, Madam Chair. How are you?
I'm fine, how are you?
Not too bad.
You're back. That was a
I'm
long
back.
day.
Long day.
That was a long day since
Long
you were
day.
here. Okay. I believe we have some people in the audience on this item, so, oh yes, name and address for the record.
Yes, Vasily Sarantopoulos with IGP Realty Advisors. Address is 19 Galsworthy Avenue in Scarborough, Ontario.
Thank you. All right, we do have people here, so if you could just give us a brief presentation, maybe just pull up the site plan would be a good idea.
Yes, absolutely. I'm assuming we don't get screen share abilities with you guys.
No, unfortunately. But if there's any other drawing, I just suggested the site plan, but if there's something else that you want to use as to show, then just say what you need.
No, not a problem. And truthfully, the one thing, because I did catch wind of the objections quite late, unfortunately, but I did submit to the city quite late here a photometric study. So I'm not sure how that could potentially be included, if at all possible, because I know there are some concerns from neighboring residences. So I wanted to try to amend that if possible, but the site plan is fine. So I can kind of dive in here or answer any questions as see fit.
I mean, maybe just give an explanation of what it is that you're doing.
Yeah, so it is the redevelopment of an existing Petro-Canada gas station. With regards to the variance being proposed, it is that loading bay there where you can see 2 visible earth bins. It is abutting a residential zone, hence why we are searching for the variance. One thing that I would like to note is that currently in its existing condition that there is a loading zone right up against the property line. I think it's somewhere in the 5-meter range from those residential homes that is now actually being moved to adjacent to our new building into the location that you see there. So it's moving further away from current conditions.
Okay, yeah, so it doesn't show on the site plan where that was, I guess.
No, unfortunately it does not. Okay. But if you see the 2 gas tanks there,
yep.
or it is, I believe, directly to the left of there.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, let's hear from the residents, and then maybe there'll be some further questions or follow-up. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Mr. Madam Chair and member of committee. My name is Kin E. Kwan. I'm a resident of number 8 Centurion Court, and I live near the subject property. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak on behalf of the entire court, 10 residents, regarding to the minor variance application for 3351 Bayview Avenue. I would like to express my concern regarding this proposed variance. First, there's a concern about the potential impact on neighborhood character, privacy, and increased noise, traffic, and disturbance. Residents have experienced excessively lighting and activity during sensitive hours, such as around 1 o'clock in the morning a.m. and almost nearly early morning between 5 to 6 a.m. as well. And some residents have already contacted 311 to report those disturbances. Second, according to the citywide zoning bylaw, number 569-2013, the property is zone CR1, parenthesis C1, R1, parenthesis SS3, under section 40.10.90.101C. A loading zone may not be located in any rear yard that abuts a lot of residential zone category. This arises concern about compatibility within the surrounding residential area. Third, our community, including many elderly residents who are unable to attend this hearing in person or participate virtually. The concern rises today also represent their voices. In addition, 9 out of these 10 residents, we all signed a petition opposing this variance, which we also scanned and submitted to the committee online on March 18 for your review. The only one that did not sign, because we cannot reach the landlord on time. But the tenant also expressed against it as well. So basically we have 100% against it, this project. Most importantly, I respectfully ask whether the applicant has demonstrated that this variance is truly minor or strongly justified as necessary, rather than simply a matter of convenience for the proposed development. For those reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to carefully consider whether this application satisfies the 4 tests, M, D, Z, O, under the Planning Act. I would like also to respectfully ask whether city planning staff to confirm that the proposal fully comply with the intent of the zoning bylaw and it's compatible with the surrounding residential area. Thank you very much for your valuable time and consideration.
Thank you. Don't leave yet, in case we have questions. Anyone? I have a question for you. You say there's currently loading there now.
No, it's not currently
just
loading.
Activities. Did you not say that you've...
they have trucks during nighttime, early morning at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Like those disturbing lighting, excessively very bright. Yeah.
Oh, the trucks?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You mean they're shining on
Yes.
the... Okay, got it. All right, thank you. Any other questions? No? All right. Let's have the applicant come back and he can speak about that.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Madam.
Yes, so through you, Madam Chair, just regarding I guess first and foremost, the concerns regarding lighting about the trucks. I can confidently say that our client, Suncor Petro-Canada, does not have any fueling trucks operating at 1 o'clock in the morning. I know that there is some into the later evenings in off-peak hours, as late as around 9 p.m. But that is from my knowledge and the stipulations that Suncor has given to me, that is the case. With regards to the proposed development, we do have a photometric study, again, as I unfortunately submitted late to this committee here. Wasn't a concern, and looking at the photometric study, I know that and I apologize, I'm totally forgetting the actual verbiage that I'm supposed to be using on this one, but I know that it is next to 0.01 or 0.1 when looking at the actual impact to adjacent properties. That being said, on top of everything else with this new development, there are new lighting standards that are being applied to the site. So if there are concerns with the current situation that is there today, those are set to be changed. They are dark sky compliant and work through the site plan application process, which city staff have not had any concerns being raised from. So hopefully that provides some sort of context.
So those are the lights, like the actual service station lights, gas station lights? On the
Correct, yes.
Okay, okay. Anything further? Did you want to say anything further, or are you done?
Again, with regards to, and I believe that you guys have reviewed the traffic study, the traffic impact study, there's no significant changes to the site. It's still going to be operating the same as it is. I believe that there is a small increase in traffic during peak hours, which I believe should be around 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. in the morning, 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock in the afternoon.
And that's generated from probably the takeout restaurant?
Correct.
Partly?
Correct.
Okay. Because there isn't one there right now, correct?
There is not, no.
No. So the current loading space that you say is adjacent to the rear property line, what is it used for?
It's just garbage. And that's going to be, so with regards to the new loading space, it is garbage. As you can see, the 2 earth bins there.
Yeah.
But on top of that, there will be deliveries for the KFC, but those are strictly within working hours between the hours of 9:30 a.m. and 5:30 p.m.
Okay. Do you understand what was just said?
First, I found it's not very clear because the loading zone that we don't have the proper graph we can picture. According to what I receive, it's less than 5 meters to our.
He was talking about the existing loading zone and I guess the garbage bins are close to the property line, much closer to the property line. So the proposal is to move it closer to where the kiosk is, according to the plan. If you saw this site plan,
I still can't see which exactly where he's locating because he didn't show us.
Well, it's where on the site plan that's up there, the hatched area in the middle of the plan. Do you see that where the line?
Because what we receive is not exactly what he told. Because what we receive is saying 5 meters, within 5 meters. Less than 5 meters from the nearby residential property.
Can you guys zoom into the? Thank you. Just give us a sec.
And plus, we do have residents that call in 311. You can trace that. The time of the complaint of the loading truck.
So
creating noises. Excuse me, sorry.
That's okay. The applicants indicated that the loading space would be used by the trucks that are, well, I guess it'd be for garbage pickup, as well as loading for the proposed restaurant space. So I don't know if we can anyone zoom in that far?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
What was the address where the neighbor lives? Can they repeat that?
I think it was 8. Was it 8 Centurion Court you're from?
For me, it's 8 Centurion Court, and this gentleman lives on the 5, and he would like to speak. And can I be the translator?
You only have one chance to speak, so but he can speak.
Or is it a different address?
Oh, I see. Oh, you want to speak for him?
Because he's the one who's very close to what they proposed.
That's fine. Just give us 1 sec. Can we just get the applicant on to indicate what is that setback from the edge of the loading space on the north, I guess, to the property line? Do you know what that dimension is?
I don't know exactly from the edge. I know it is approximately 19 to 20 meters.
So where the proposed loading space is for the new one is, yeah, I saw 22 meters somewhere on a dimension there, so that would make sense. 19 to 20 meters from there to the property line, to the north property line.
But as I mentioned, there's already a city-wide zoning by law. It's already saying that it's not allowed.
It's not allowed in the rear yard, and that is considered the rear yard of the property. That's what they are asking for, a variance to allow it in the rear yard. But I'm just trying to point out what the distance is from your property, or from the property lines on Centurion Court.
Actually,
Yeah.
I think, can I?
Yep.
Madam Chairman, I think there's a misunderstanding. Can we get the site plan, can you make it a little smaller?
Just
So
a
you can
little.
see, yeah, that one, a little bit more small,
You
a
want
little
to see
more,
the property line?
so you can get to the property line, yeah. Further?
We don't need the kiosk as much as.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
No, whoa, stop, there. No, don't make it so big. Go back a bit more.
Out a bit.
Here, I think there's a misunderstanding. I think the concern is about the existing loading space, and if I right, I think the concern about trucks and so forth has to do with what's in that band at the back of the property, which is, I believe, where the gas is delivered.
Yeah.
That's not what we're here for. We're here to look at a loading space that's just behind the restaurant. The restaurant isn't there yet. So you haven't seen the loading space yet. And the loading wouldn't have occurred yet because the restaurant isn't there. So what is being proposed, see where that gray rectangle is? Is a loading space there. And to the right of that, you see two more rectangles. Those are garbage bins. So they're moving them away from the residential property and putting them close to where the restaurant is proposed. So you may or may not agree
this
with
side.
that, but I think
This side instead of that side, right?
Well, they were up along the property line,
yeah,
adjacent
they're going to
to
be moved down.
5, and they would be proposed to be moved down to beside the kiosk, which is kind of in the middle of the site.
But the noise, it's unavoidable.
The noise, there would be noise associated with the deliveries, consistent with the type
Because,
of use.
Because currently it's already very disturbing from Petro-Canada.
You're saying it's already disturbing, just with the, all right. Okay, do we want to, does your neighbor want to say anything else through you?
I want to ask her.
Yep.
Can I ask her a question?
You can ask her a question.
Okay, before you get your neighbor up here, I want to ask you a question, madam.
I
Hello?
live,
I want to ask you the question.
He wants
the
to ask
lady.
you a question first, okay?
So, did you have any discussions with Petro-Canada? Did they call you up? Did you call them? Was there any, is this the first time that you're learning about what's going on, other than what was in the written? This is for the lady, not for the man. You don't have to translate it for him. You answer. Don't ask
I
me.
did not.
You answer. Questions
I
for
did
you.
not.
You did not. You didn't have any discussions with
No.
Petro-Canada,
No.
nothing. You saw their notice. You objected. They didn't. So, currently there is some noise, right? They pick up garbage. It makes noise. It wakes you
And
up
the
at
light.
night.
And the lighting.
The lighting and noise. So currently it's not as good as you'd like it to be, right? Okay. Do you know how often do they pick up the garbage and make the noise? Is it 5 times a day? Is it in the middle of the night? When is this noise coming to you? You don't have to ask him. You answer. Lady.
once a week,
Madam.
once a week at
Once a
5
week.
a.m.
Once a week at 5 a.m. you hear a noise,
Yeah, I have a
and it's
report.
garbage, right? So you hear it.
Garbage, yeah.
And you've heard the applicant, what the applicant has said, right? About the fact that they're going to move the garbage away, that they're going to have a loading zone and they're going to move things slightly away from you. Do you think that this is going to be more or less impactful? Because you already have an impact, right? That's clear. It's disturbing you. Is what they're proposing going to be better or worse for you?
Your Honor, first,
I want you to tell me, do you think it's going to be better or worse?
I would say worse.
And why?
Because even currently, 9 out of 10, it's already expressing they're against it. All the documentation they say, they send it to us, we all against it already, no matter how they modify.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I think I better, just so that I understand clearly. Forget about the documentation. You've heard what the applicant said. Do you think it's going to be better or worse?
I just speak for myself.
Yeah, for yourself.
First, I found the traffic, it's already intense there during peak hour. Second, the noise was already noticed. The lighting, it's not going to change. Even wherever they move, the noise is still there.
You think it's going to be the same, better, or worse? Like, pick one.
Worse.
You think it's going to be worse? Okay.
Because
Madam
it will
Chair.
increase more traffic.
Madam Chair, it's sounding awfully like the neighbors being cross-examined.
I know, but
I'd like to move away from that
get
tone,
an
please.
answer. It's important. Like, I'm not putting her on the spot. I'm trying to get an answer so we can figure
Okay,
out.
but she's already indicated that
She indicated it's gonna
there's
be
an
worse, and I
impact,
appreciate
and
that. That's what I
there.
wanted to hear.
Okay, yeah, so I think we've heard enough, unless there was anything else your neighbor wanted to say, but. Okay.
I have a question. Because they are going to have A&W, or as what they said, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that might increase even more garbage. They're not going to pick up once a week, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I think we have heard, and we'll go to the applicant if he has any further comments to make, and then we'll go into committee. You can sit down now. Go
Through
ahead.
you, Madam Chair, I can
Yep.
happily address that. So with regards to the garbage, actually it will be significantly less with the introduction of these two earth bins. They can hold significantly more garbage. It will be a significantly less pickup and less noise as well. You're not going to have, as they currently stand with the garbage pickup and drop off today, it's very large metal bins with the heavy lids and everything. With the way that these earth bins are designed is to mitigate that. So there's less noise, less frequent garbage pickup, less smell, the full 9 yards, for lack of a better term, to make things that much better for neighboring residents.
All right. And do you have any control over when these trucks come on the property?
So for the garbage pickup, it is on an as-needed basis.
Okay.
The operator will call on an as-needed basis. That being said, it will be very, very much less frequent than it currently is
Okay.
today.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Swartz,
Questions for the
the applicant, go ahead.
So I want to understand, because this is where I'm trying to, like, you're saying it's going to be better for them, but you're saying they're bigger bins, but isn't that going to mean bigger trucks?
No, it's the way that earth bins are designed is for the same type of truck to be utilized as for regular garbage pickups. When I say it's larger, it's because they actually get put down. Sorry, I wish I could share my screen to give you an actual visual of what the earth bins do, but they go around 6 to 7 feet down into the ground on top of the bin that's above ground as well. So it helps on that side of things. We've implemented them actually throughout the city of Toronto, as well as the GTA, and have found it to be significantly better.
So you're saying you're going to improve the situation for the resident, yet the resident thinks it's going to be worse. Why? I don't understand. Why wasn't this communicated to them, and how do we reconcile the fact that residents here, like, you're asking for an application for a variance that really wouldn't be permitted and the residents think it's worse. You're saying it's better and we're struggling here. Why wasn't this explained to the residents, and how can we support this if the residents think that it's not good?
To be quite honest with you, I'm not sure how, when we're going for this loading space variance, I'm not sure what the expectation was in terms of reaching out to residents to mitigate this. And I apologize on behalf of Suncor to say that we didn't do this. But I'm happy to provide any sort of documentation, any sort of case studies to depict this and to help this relationship, for lack of a better term, be that much better.
I take it was identified through site plan that you needed this variance?
Correct.
So you submitted a site plan for the redevelopment of the site, which includes the new kiosk and takeout restaurant and new lighting, et cetera. And then it was identified that you needed a variance.
Correct. We've gone through two separate submissions onto the third, where we're now clearing conditions. We wanted to ensure that going through the site plan application process, we mitigated as many minimal variances as humanly possible. This was the sole variance that we have fallen on.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to move into committee? So we've already had your chance to speak.
Oh.
We're done now. So you can sit down.
Oh.
I think we understand that you have concerns, so we've got that covered.
I just have one thing, because the applicant said they don't have any loading at night around 1 a.m. Yeah, but we actually have footage recording.
Okay, that's fine. We understand. Yes, that was a previous plan. Yeah. No, because it's a whole redevelopment of the site, right? And they are moving the loading area from where it was close to the property line away from the property line. So it will be more central to the site. No, we understand. Yeah, we believe that you saw that and you have footage of it and it did happen. And maybe it was by not intentional or by
That's why
accident that they did
I
that.
just find that it's something that it's uncontrollable.
Well,
even though what they say, it might not be necessary black and
Things
white.
happen sometimes. They might have direction to do one thing at a certain time and then they don't do it.
Yeah.
But we understand the issue and the impact.
Thank you. Thank
all
you.
right, let's take this into committee, people.
So
Mr. Schwartz?
this is more a question than a assertion. Maybe I could get, can you hear?
Thank you.
So this is really for staff. I'm concerned about the residents that have noise in the evening, like through the night, in the middle of the morning, and the middle of the night, like between 7 at night and 7 in the morning. I don't think we can actually restrict that, but is there anything we could do, if we were going to accept this, is there anything we can do to somewhat mitigate the concerns of the residents?
There is not. There is a process, though, for complaints, and that's 311.
Yeah, there's a process for noise complaints. But I think, I will say about this site, it's a gas station site that's been there for a very long time.
Yeah.
Probably predates, or might have been done at the same time as the subdivision.
Yeah, I'm really familiar, like I buy gas there, I know where that is.
So people know when they buy a property backing onto a gas station that, there's going to be obviously gas delivery trucks. The use is permitted. That's not what the variance is for. The rear yard setback, I understand, or not being permitted in the rear yard, I understand, but they're bettering the situation because it was previously beside the property line.
Well, this is what I'm struggling with, because it sounds to me on the face of it, this is actually an improvement for the residents.
I would say it would be an
To get an
improvement.
improvement for the residents is actually something that,
Yep.
would be a good thing. But, I am concerned that the residents do have this conflict with that gas station, and I'm not sure what to do about it. That's why I asked.
Well, I think that the applicant has indicated that, first of all, they're moving that loading space, so it is further away from the residents. It's a different system, so it will be less intensive in terms of frequency of trips. And there was something else I was gonna say. Shoot, it just left my mind. But I think that overall, it's an improvement to the site. Oh, and the lighting, that was the other thing. As part of the redevelopment, they are looking at the lighting and using, I forget the term was, but some sort of less intensive lighting.
I mean, this is there's a company that has some reputational
Yep.
risk too. If they
Yep.
start offending every resident near their thousands of gas stations, they're going to get a bad reputation, hurt their business. So you would think that something new would be done better than what was done in the past.
Yeah.
But, we do have this conflict with the zoning. We got the residents here. So I'm still struggling with this. But, my lean is towards improvement. And this happens with gas stations
Yep.
all the time.
All the time. And that's, if there is an issue with off-hour impacts, then that can be addressed through 311. And the city would investigate the noise complaints.
Are we in committee?
We are now. We are in committee. Mr. Knipfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't want to belabor this. I think that the residents, quite rightly, are responding to concerns and issues that they're having right now with the current situation, and I understand that. From the information that's been provided, it looks to me like things will improve. I think the removal of loading from adjacent to the residential area to more central onto the site, and the removal of the garbage to a more central location, and a recycling form of garbage are all, in my view, from what I can see, improvements. So I don't have any difficulty supporting this application. The only thing I would add is I would hope that the agent, and I'm sure he will, could consult with the residents following this hearing and explain a little bit more what's actually going on, because I think there's some confusion about what's actually going to happen on the site. But I have no trouble with what's before us as being an improvement and supporting it.
Okay, and would you like to turn that into a motion?
I'd like to move approval of the application. Transportation weighed in and didn't have any concerns, and I think that we've listened to very real concerns from the area residents, which I think this application is beginning to address and make less onerous on them. So I'd like to move approval without condition.
All right, seconder? Someone? Oh, Ms. Klein, sorry, can't see. Hands blending in with the wall. All right, all in favor? That is 4 in favor. All in favor? No. 4 in favor and opposed? Mr. Fazeli. All right, thank you. The application has been approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. One more. 34, item 34, 243 Johnston Avenue. Are we okay, everyone? Last one. Okay, so this is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an integral garage. The variances are for lot coverage, height of side exterior main walls, and number of stories. On file, we have a previous decision from January 22nd, 2026. Survey plans, cover letter, urban forestry memo, 1 letter of objection from 245 Johnston, and a late presentation. Okay, this was, I believe, refused in January 22nd. But let's have our applicant first.
It was not refused.
It wasn't deferred?
No, they got approval for certain things and they're coming back for the same thing.
So are you the applicant?
I'm the neighbor
Oh, okay.
beside.
We're not quite ready for you.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm just clarifying.
Okay, let's have the applicant first.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Good evening, Madam Chair and the committee members. My name is Andrew San. I'm from Italia San. the company address. It's 188 Strong Avenue, Toronto.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
And before we begin, do you have any changes to make to the application?
Nope.
All right. Can you explain the changes that have happened? And we have a resident here, so maybe a very brief presentation, but tell us what has changed from January 22nd.
Yes. We are still requesting the same variances for the lot coverage and the number of stories, which these two variances has been proved from the last committee meetings. During last committee meetings, we are asking the total height of the building to be 10.3 meters and the front main wall to be 8.96 meters and the side main wall to be 8.96 meters. So after that, we after the committee meeting, we briefly chat with the neighbor outside the chamber, and then we did our restudy of the neighboring areas, and then we reduced the height significantly. We there's no more building height variances anymore, and then we removed the front building variances. So we're only asking a side variances of 8.03 meters. And we have spoken with planning staff for a review as well.
All right.
Yes. Would you like to see a presentation?
Would you like a presentation? No? All right. You
if-
know what? Let's just hear from the resident, and
Okay.
obviously there's outstanding concerns, and then we'll see if we need anything presented, okay?
Okay.
Sounds good. Hi, my name is Michael Fitzpatrick. I live next door at 241 Johnston Avenue. And so I would like to address a few points on the application. Number one is this application was brought forth, as you know, previously, and there we had, back and forth, and we agreed to a certain variances, and certain ones were denied, and we're coming back to the same ones that were denied, specifically sidewall set heights and, basically the height of the building. I am, to be honest, I'm frustrated that I have to come back here again because we already came to an understanding and a decision and agreement, and we're here. Nothing's changed since then, and so I don't understand the justify the different situation here, and so I feel like they're being asked to the community to ignore their own approvals previously. That's main point one. More importantly to me is there are two massive pine trees right on the property line. They're 100 centimeters in diameter, 80 feet height. There's actually three, but two are right beside where the house would be built. If you Google and pull it up on Google Maps, 243 Johnston, you can see these trees. They're very visible. And so these, if you create a tree protection zone, these trees, the canopy goes all the way over the bungalow. It's covers more than half of the bungalow. If you create a tree protection zone, I don't know I think it's 20 feet, you're digging right into it and killing that tree. And the urban forestry has recommended to deny the application. I implore you to deny based on this. And it's it doesn't meet the 4 tests, and I can explain why. The 4 tests, meaning that there's significant impact in terms of this to the, it's not minor, and not desirable. Building so close to a 100 centimeter trunk is not appropriate development. I personally built my house 9 years ago. I intentionally built my house without the basement in order to not kill those trees. I also followed the rules in terms of the height of the house, in terms of two-story, technically got into two-story instead of three-story. I tried to follow the rules, and it seems to me that it doesn't seem right in terms of the situation. So, and then of course this violates the official plan, which is the last test of policy 3.4.1, preserving and enhancing the urban forest. This is certainly going to kill those trees. So,
All right.
I'm done.
Good, because you're done. You're done with your time.
Well, I've been here a long time, ma'am.
I know you have. Yeah, forestry is not recommending refusal. You had me confused there. I had to go and double check. They're requiring permit for trees on the property, private trees that could be injured or removed, but they're not recommending refusal. It might be the way their memo is written that it seems like
it says
they are.
urban forestry TPPR request denial of the community of application due to the impacts of bylaw protected tree. I read that right off of the.
This is a memo from Forestry, March 19th, 2026.
That was from, there's a list of documents as part of this application, and that's one of them.
Deferral, denial. Are you reading condition or recommendation 5, maybe? On that memo?
Yes, 5.
No. It's confusing. There's a matrix. There's a matrix at the back, and it is referring to condition number 2, which is submission of a complete application for a permit to injure or remove a privately owned tree. So that is what they're not recommending refusal of the application. That would be a 5.
Okay.
It's confusing. I struggle with it every agenda.
Okay, so
but
urban forestry is saying that those trees will not die?
Though they're saying a permit is required to remove those trees. They're not saying they won't die.
But they applied to injure them in their application.
If they make an application they would have to if the envelope of the building is going to impact those trees, that's something they would have to apply for. So urban forestry hasn't made a call on it yet. They're just saying they have to submit a permit application.
The applicant is asked to injure the tree. It's impossible to just injure the tree. So,
well, we'll let the applicant address that part. I just want to clarify where these trees are. So back on the site plan.
Feel free to bring up the site plan, yeah. If they're on my side, but they're right on the property line.
Are they the ones, okay, first of all, I think.
They're on the east side.
Your house is incorrectly marked as 245 on the site plan. It's actually 241.
My house is 241.
Yeah.
But I don't know why it would be incorrect.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just the way it was drawn. So are those the 3 trees, those 3 circles along the property line? Can we zoom out a bit? And down a bit so we can see the property at the top? Thank you. Are they those 3? You can't actually, because people online cannot see us. The left is the front. So you're to the top. So the 3 circles there, those are the trees you're talking about. The 2 that are closest. Yep. All right, we'll let the applicant address that.
And nobody even talks to me to say, hey, you know, what are we gonna do about the trees? It's
Uh-huh.
just like, I'm building a house and I'm gonna dig up these trees.
Right, well, is there an arborist report? Oh, we don't have an arborist report. Okay. Yeah, all right, let's let the applicant come back and address your comments, okay?
Sure.
Can I ask the
And who's gonna be responsible for when they are damaged?
Hello?
Or need to come down?
Can I ask the resident a question?
You can ask the resident a
Is this the
question.
time to ask?
If you have a comment or question.
So I was concerned about what you said, that basically the applicant brought this application previously and is now bringing it again.
Yes.
And so I tried to see what the difference is between the previous application and the current one.
Yes.
I want to understand from you, you know, what your objection is to this, you know, specifically. Like, are you objecting to the 3 stories? Is that your main objection?
Well, I mean, specifically, you denied the height setbacks on walls and front and rear. Previously, you denied this. And now we're here again with those being requested.
But
And before, they had over height requests, they took it out, and now they're putting it back in again.
But
Yeah, it is. They've come back with a different number. First of all, there's no overall height requirement, variance. And then the wall height is lower than what they originally proposed. I think it was 8.9 or something, 8.9? 8.18?
So the difference is, you're saying, is that
Yeah.
they got denied on a certain thing, and now they're coming back with something a little bit less.
Yeah, closer to the bylaw standard. Still not meeting the bylaw standard, but it is lower.
Okay.
And then there's no,
But you previously already decided on this, and now we're deciding
we
it
decided
again.
on what they proposed, whatever that was. We made a decision on that. Yeah, 8.18 was the height of the proposed side walls. And then the front and rear exterior main walls were 8.94. And I don't believe that is even in here anymore. It's just the side exterior main walls and the coverage. So it has been reduced.
Okay.
But we can
I
bring,
do have a concern that the house is 3-story. I mean, I built my house not to do that, and it wasn't supposed to do that. But anyways, I'm not, as you can see, I'm not as concerned about the house itself. It's the trees that I'm more concerned about.
okay, let's let the applicant come back and they can address that and see if they've come to terms with that yet. Okay, our applicant.
Yes. Yeah, since the neighbor mentioned probably he's okay with the house itself, I was just focusing on the trees. Sorry?
I didn't quite say that, but okay.
Yeah, he still has a
Oh,
concern with
okay.
the height. Let's put it that way, but he
All right.
now understands that it's lower than what it was before.
Yes. We have done the study. As I previously mentioned, the study has been conducted with the neighborhood character, which addressed in the presentation, and then we have lowered removed the variances of the total height and the main and the rear wall variances as well. The side wall variances has been lowered as well. In terms of the trays, we already retained a arborist to examine the trays and come up with a proper arborist report going along with our permit application in the future. These 3 trees, I think, I'm not expert, but based on our experience, I think the footprint of the building hasn't really significantly gone into the protection zone. Based on our experiences, these 3 trees, the first tree was will most likely will be injured, but then there's a great chance it will be survived. And then also there's a regulation we had to follow by the city to create the hoardings for those trees. And to answer the neighbor's question, there is a retainer we had to pay for each tree that will be injured during the construction process. And then the city, it's a part of the regulation we had to follow, making sure the trees only will be lightly injured and then survive in terms of the construction. If accident happens, and then we had to replant multiple trees to replace the injured ones. That's I just want to kind of explain the process for the application and then during construction.
Okay. Questions? Yeah.
Can I show this to the committee?
No, unfortunately, it has to have been submitted ahead of time.
I was unfortunately on vacation for March break, but yeah.
Yeah.
Again, back for the same application.
Does anyone have any questions for anyone? The applicant, particularly? Mr. Nipfeld?
It's just a general question. Would you be prepared to share the arborist report with this gentleman when it's available?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, good question. All right.
The trees are right where the house will be. There's no arguing this.
Yeah, we understand. We understand. It looks like your house actually impacts the area of the one tree. I mean, it's right into the
The two
corner
trees
of
are right beside each other.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, we have heard. Thank you very much. We'll take this into committee now.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And sorry you had to wait so long. All right. Committee. Mr. Schwartz?
Well, I'm satisfied the applicant reduced their previously refused elements and that the proposal meets the intent of the bylaw. So unless there's someone who feels differently, I'd be prepared to support this, even bring a motion towards
Okay.
approval.
I think you're probably good to go.
Okay, so I would move the approval of the application, subject to it being developed in accordance with the plan submitted to the committee. Should we do that? Subject in accordance with plans, or do we not care?
We can't hear, they can't hear you on the
They
recording.
can't hear me. Okay, so I'm asking my colleagues, should we tie this to the plans? Should we just approve it?
Yeah.
The plans submitted,
We could.
okay.
Not sure what benefit. Well, we could tie it to the
The-
elevations possibly for the height. Are you concerned about the coverage, or you're just throwing it out there?
I'm just, well, because we've had a couple of applications here. I'm satisfied that this one is, meets the intent of the bylaw. I don't know what, otherwise we can just approve it. I'll just move to approval of the application,
Okay.
subject to
Yeah.
forestry condition,
Number 2.
number 2.
All right, thank you. A seconder, Ms. Klein. All in favor of that proposal? That is 3 in favor, and opposed 2, Mr. Nipfeld and Mr. Fizell. All right, the application has been approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, motion to adjourn the meeting? Mr. Swart, Ms. Klein, let's let Ms. Klein.
Thank you. I make the motion to end this meeting
All right.
at 7:25.
At 7:25, and Mr. Swartz seconds that. Thank you. All right. We are done.